There we are. Oh jeez, my mic is wanting to fall off. Give me a second. Ah! There we go. Well, I'll have to fix that later. There's a whole bunch of like different joints on this thing that I have to tweak, and yeah, I don't really want to do that right now with how much noise that's gonna make through. That the mic's gonna be like, hey, I'm gonna absolutely destroy everyone's ears. So, yeah. Oh, hey, one man, how you doing? Been a while. Hope you've been well. This is opening remind you of Undertale. Not Undertale. If you want Undertale, it's the, what is it? That one, like, non-possessiveness cult theme. The Descartes theme. That sounds like Bone Trussell. I still can't get that out of my head. Been playing Star Rail. Ah, yeah, Honkai Star Rail. I've not actually tried that out. I've been told I might like it, but I've not really been able to pick up anything new. Plus, I kind of got burned from Genshin, and MiHoYo ain't really, aren't really a company I'm that interested in at the moment. The hobos are back again. They could wait. Which group was that? No, that was this group. Yeah. That absolutely was this group, wasn't it? It very much could be them. Who is the next UR in ALJP Hawk? I don't think it's been announced yet, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be an Eagle. We don't know. There is still the handful of names that have been dropped. Ads are out of control. Wait, was it showing ads? I thought I had control of the ads. People think Missouri. I have no idea, so we'll see. Silverwolf, Himiko, and I know Silverwolf because I've seen so much like artwork from people on Discord posting her, I think. That and the spider girl, whatever her name is, the one with the Uzis or whatever, the guns. Hey, sweet. Well, if Faraci was here, he'd be dying already. Off to a great start with Faraci. Kafka. Ah, that's her name. That's like the only person I really know. So there's that. Silverwolf, best girl. It's not Claire? I don't know. The only time I've ever heard about anyone talk about like best girl for that game was people talking about Claire and the need to protect, but then they said that at the same time something like somebody else protects her or something. I don't know. Shows how much I know of Honkai. That's just what it is. So, all right. From what I understand, oh, Minori is in here now. Okay. From what I understand, Volume 4 for Blue Archive. Oh. Hello, Plana. Plana is greeting us today. For what I understand, though, the Great Chapter 4 is now in. Or, not Chapter 4. Chapter 2 of Volume 4, I should say, is in. I don't know if it's the full... Is the full chapter available, or is it just like the first half, because they like to do this. First half, 10 chapters. Okay, it's short. That's fine. I guess if that's the case, we can look into something else, which is fine. Maybe I might cover NY Fuka if it's short enough. Don't know. But oh, it's 4 hours. Other half is next week. That might be a little bit rough for timing because, you know, holidays and everything, but I should be able to work around that. Have I met Aoi in the... I think we have. Short, isn't she the short black-haired girl that doesn't like Rin in that position or whatever? She was part of the reason why like Rin was being like given a vote of no confidence or something. Go read the afterword first. You mean for chapter F? We've already done that, guys. Can I even show that here? Where do you see chapter? Wait, what? How do you? Okay, hang on. Final F? Is that what that is? Oh, there we go. Yeah, see, we've already done the afterwards. Short blue hair with gloves. Isn't she? Yeah, but she's like the one reason like Rin had all the issues at the beginning of this chapter, right? Not this chapter. This one. I think it was something to do with here. Kaya was the pink-haired girl that works with the Fox Squad. Can you cover Nikkei's story? If you're interested, that is. I don't know about Nikkei. Go click on, I'll wait for this short story. Should we, wait, is this little short story matter? Does this more? Oh. I guess we're just going straight into it then. Yeah, it's her. Yeah. I know her. We saw her briefly in chapter F. What pink hair reputation? Hanako, Mika. Most of them have a loose screw. Kaya. Who else can I just listen to? I mean, Hoshino, not really. She just has a very interesting side to her that we don't know of yet. Koharu. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Himori is a mind reader. She's also a cinnamon roll. Amy is more airheaded. I wouldn't say screw loose, just airheaded. Though at the same time, she also has to like. She's an airhead that has to play the straight man when it comes to dealing with Himari, which is hilarious. Kaya needs Asanagi level correction. I don't even know what that means, but okay. I know Asanagi is that kind of artist, but I don't know much about his work in that field. I just know of he has a very unique way of drawing eyes and the face. That's the one thing I know about him. Or them, whoever, I don't know. Have I seen her swimsuit? Amy's swimsuit? Yes. About as much as I would expect out of her. Very different from like Asuna and Karin, for example. Wearing a swimsuit in the Arctic, she definitely has a screw. That's right, because she's got penguins. I forgot about that. Okay, sure. Good point. I forgot about that. Anyway, I've been waiting for you, Sensei. Hello? Did you hear me, Sensei? You're the treasurer? Don't think that's what she was, but it's fine. I would rather have the opportunity to make a better impression on you. Unfortunately, I'm not one to mix business and pleasure. I'm here as the chief of chief of finance, that's what I remember. For today. For today. For today, she says. Yes, for today, we're strictly business. Let's see. We need documents verified, public complaints process. Oh, jeez. These usually fall into Rin, the chief officer's purview, but she hardly has a spare moment in her schedule. If she knew about these tasks, she would work herself straight into a trip to Trinity's remedial night's emergency room. So this is our only option. I feel like we're gonna mess this up. Rin's gonna then have to fix it. And everything that she's trying to do to avoid it is still gonna happen. But that's because it's us. We're not exactly the best with paperwork. Then again, I honestly hate paperwork too, so there's that. Asanagi once got death threats from feminists and he turned them into a tsundere twin. What? That's a interesting way to approach that. Funny though. Anyway, I'm gonna help her. And I'm going to help you. Yes, you will help me. Help her. Okay, who's gonna help me, help you, help her? Okay, now we're going too far. Guys, we're going too far. Thank you, Sensei. Okay. One last thing. Let's keep this our secret, okay? This isn't the Treasury's usual work, and Rin would undoubtedly find some way to feel guilty about it, so please. Lips are sealed. Then we have no time to waste. She seems to be a bit more respectful of her. Maybe after everything of Chapter F, I guess? I don't know. Eh? Oh, I didn't know this. Okay. Who doesn't hate paperwork? A handful of paper. A handful of people actually don't mind it, but that's also because they're the ones that designed the whole process. I'll let you guys know a fun story. So there is a project I worked on that was basically that I assigned Murphy's law to it. Everything that can go wrong will go wrong. I filled out paperwork for it because I had to get a bunch of service requested. I sent the paperwork in. A guy contacted me saying that the paperwork corrupted, so I filled it out again. It corrupted again. He sent me a completely new file that's untouched and from their own, like, what do they call it? Version control system they have. I filled it out again, sent it to him. It corrupted a third time. He was now convinced that my Adobe software was corrupting the paperwork. So he had to get someone to sign on my behalf. And the funny thing is, it wasn't even my computer that time, and when they digitally signed it on my behalf, it's still corrupted. Paperwork be fun. Especially when it does things it shouldn't do. Yeah, that project was just failed. It was just so many different issues, but it is what it is. So, okay. Missions. Is this where yeah, it's gonna take me there. I should probably do this at some point. Commissions, okay. Oh, I have to do this, don't I? Okay. Exchange, what is this? Oh, it's literally play the game normally and get stuff for it. Gotcha. Yeah, spend AP, get rewards for it. Gotcha. Unfortunately, now is not the time for that. It's currently time to head pet Plana. That is all. Yeah, you just use AP normally. Yeah, exactly. I should probably finish this at some point. What is this? This is hard mode? Oh. Well, let's turn that off now. Oh, it is bonus. Okay, yeah, we'll do those in a bit. I guess if we had time, we could work through the missions. Let's do this then. Forgot to pet. Oh, yeah, this is blasphemy. Nah. Look, the rabbits though. That's a different story. That's where this has to go. That's where we're going. Anyway, let's get through this. If I have time, I guess I can go through. The missions and start working on those, because I really should get further in. I have not bothered to because I don't know. It's been weird. I don't know. Like I need to get something on this chair. Usually when I am playing this, like a lot of the 2-time stuff that they have, I want to do that, but there's an event going on. And then when there's mission stuff, I need like lower level mats, so I get a bunch of that so I can have it. So it's like I've been meaning to do the main missions, but like when events happen, I can't do them because I'm focusing on the event, even though there's like, and then the ×2 stuff is like, fun. The struggles. You can kind of just miss it. Yeah, that is true, but I'd rather not miss the events because those are like actually like, especially when it's like a Genna or a Trinity one where it's like I need those books. But yeah, the ×2 and I think there's occasionally ×3, isn't there? Those things are just horribly timed. That's how they get you to spend pyros on stamina. Yeah, that's also why I'm not doing it. Speaking of which, I have a bunch of pyros. Wait, are these normal bunnies? Is this? These are normal rabbits, right? And then, labor something. They just throw a bunch of pudding. Oh, okay. Huh. Is she happy though? I still don't have Saki. Like, this is one character I really need. I still don't have her to this day. Alright, anyway. Let us, drop right after Christmas. Go save for summer. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So let's go ahead and do chapter... Let's start diving into this, shall we? You still have Miyu. Oof. I think I'm missing... I think I don't have Moe and Saki. Like the two real crazy ones I needed the most of. Oh, hey, nice. Good flashbacks. Sorry, guys, actually, second ammo factory. Second ammo factory, okay. What happened to the first one? 2 years ago. Good evening, and welcome to the Chronos School of Journalism channel, your one and true source for all of the hottest news. Bring back the other characters. I don't like this person already. I don't even have an avatar. We are currently standing directly in front of the Kaiser Industries' second ammo factory. This factory produces nearly a third of Kaiser Industries' total ammunition, and recently, strange rumors have been circulating about this powerhouse. Allegedly, this second ammo factory is developing weapons of mass destruction in direct violation of General Student Council policies. However, Kaiser Industries is vehemently denying this, and the rumors remain unsubstantiated. But this story is nowhere near over yet. Yeah, of course it's Kaiser. It has to be Kaiser. With the Valkyrie Police School's investigation stalling, another source tells us that the General Student Council president has dispatched a newly formed special investigation team to... Oh, did you get that? There was a huge explosion! This is live! I repeat, this is live! We're taking casualties! Wakamo's coming out of nowhere and detonated a building! I'm just kidding. We're investigating the cause of the explosion now. Could this be a side effect of their illegal weapons development? Proceeds to explode. Cough, cough. The hell, Otogi? You didn't report the booby trap at the exit. Oh, yeah, I was gonna tell you. Next time, tell us before we trigger the bomb. Couldn't be sure is motivated, as usual. It happened after the operation was over and no one was injured. It's okay. Oof. We spotted what appears to be several heavily armed students emerging from the dust. Could they be the rumored special response team recently established by the General Student Council president? Excuse me, hello, may we have a word? Who are you? Are they actually gonna talk or no? I'm assuming this one's Nico. I think that was her. Seems the paparazzi's caught up to us. There's no time like the present, I guess. The president has been wanting to formally introduce SRT. Did I hear you say SRT? Does that mean the rumors are true? Greetings, citizens of Kivotos. I'm Shichiro Yukino, leader of the Fox Squad from the SRT Academy. The General Student Council president formed SRT and the Fox Squad to give Kivotos a means of more effectively fight against threats. I don't know why I didn't read that right. Threats too great for any one district or the Valkyrie police to address. If you were made to solve crime in DEU, does that mean that the SRT Academy intends to eventually usurp the Valkyrie Police School? It wouldn't be hard. I'm sorry. We'll go back to another stream where I absolutely just dunk on Valkyrie. We could never hope to replace the invaluable work Valkyrie does to protect the public. We are a specialized operations team trained to respond swiftly to criminals or situations that present an imminent threat to Givotus' safety, as you saw today. Speaking of today, what were you doing in the Kaiser's ammo factory? What was the cause of the explosion just now? We done messed up. Pretty much. Oh, what are they gonna do? Can you confirm if there really are weapons of mass destruction being developed here? Well... I mean, we didn't receive any embargo orders. I don't think there's any harm in telling you, now that the operation's over. A few days ago, we received evidence from an anonymous source that a powerful bomb was being stored here at Kaiser Industries Ammo Factory in violation of General Student Council's bylaws. Last year, Kaiser announced a development project called Antioch. Undertaking the modification of old thermobaric grenades. In actuality, they were developing and storing thermobaric warheads for ballistic missiles here. Our mission today was to neutralize the explosives, and I'm pleased to report our success. Thermobaric warhead? Or what? Thermobarbaric. Did I misread that? Oops. Just how much danger were the people of Givotus in? It's a pre-production prototype, and we're still in the process of analyzing it. Yeah, I know Antioch. That's funny. But based on our research so far, and simply the sheer size of the warhead, we estimate the Antioch's radius, when detonated, could span several kilometers. That's... jeez. And just your squad was enough to handle something so explosive? I mean, wouldn't have required an entire unit with tons of protective gear? I mean, it can, doesn't mean it has to. With a bomb that dangerous, it doesn't matter how much infantry you throw at it. What she said, it's exactly like this that SRT's around for. Which one's a Togi? This is Yukino and Nico. Actually, wait, can't I just look at this? Ah, yeah, that answers that question. Togi is the one on the right. Who is the one on the left? Kurumi, I think. So this is Kurumi, and this is Otogi. So, Yukino, Nico, Otogi, Kurumi. Got it. That works. Spat is Otogi. What? The one with the big sniper. Do you guys see any weapons right now? I don't see any weapons. I guess maybe that. I don't know what that is, though. Anyway. What was I looking at? Yes. And we're pretty good at it. It took us less than 3 minutes to secure the warhead after infiltrating the building. 2 minutes and 45 seconds to be exact. It would have been 40 minutes, yeah. 2 minutes and 30 seconds had we not had to handle the unexpected engagement at the entrance. Unexpected engagement? Do you mean if it wasn't for Kurumi accidentally throwing a smoke grenade instead of a flash bomb toward Point Delta? Accident, the guards were wearing visors with flash protection. I made a tactical decision to close the distance with a smoke grenade and incapacitate them. And that would have been necessary if you had taken out the guard. That wouldn't have been necessary if you had taken out the guard as detailed by the operation plans. Oh. Well, sometimes I forget to count the number of rounds I have loaded. It's an adorable little mistake that's very common for snipers to make. How can we count all those teensy-weensy enemies? Don't act cute to distract from your mistakes. Now, Otogi Kurumi, let's not fight in front of the cameras. You can see the butt of Yukino's rifle. Oh yeah, yeah, you're right there. I guess that is true. I was like, wait, where? I don't see it. So, I guess the real question for chat right now, best Fox? And why is it Wacom? I'm just kidding. Nico. Wow, I see Nico is very heavily dominating. Blonde Serika. That's Kurumi, I think. Nico makes us sushi. Oh. Otogi, I won't be swayed. You know what? Let's just make this easier. Let's go with the poll just for the fun of it. Let's see where everyone is at. So let's see. Let's do best fox. I almost misspelled it. So we have Yukino. We have Nico. Otogi. And Kurumi. This actually works because there's only 4 options you can do in a poll. There we go. I hope I spelled everyone's name right. There you go, chat. You guys can have fun with that. And immediately Nico just blasts first. Where's Wakamo? I only have 4 options, which works out well for this squad. Thermobaric? Not thermobarbaric? I don't actually know. To conclude, this operation was a success, thanks to the discreet, timely manner in which we were able to execute our plan. The bomb is secured and the suspect was apprehended. Ignore the giant bomb that went off at the beginning. We were also able to identify the names of several executives of the Kaiser Industries, as well as members of the defense office listed on classified documents discovered in the factory. It appears these executives accepted bribes in advance of the launch of the Antioch project, in exchange for forging safety reports for the ammunition factory. Isn't the Defense Office an agency of the General Student Council responsible for policing Kibotos? Isn't that still Kaya's group? Granted, it probably wasn't Kaya, but wait, didn't Kaya technically work with Kaya? Hold up. So nothing has changed. Literally nothing has changed. Kaiser and Kaya still somewhat work together. Granted, it's one of those like not completely like truce kind of scenarios, considering they engaged each other, but it's still, flashback. Yeah, that's what I mean. Nothing has changed still. Cause like Kaya technically wasn't Kaya technically still working with Kaiser, or was it specifically just Fox Squad? I don't actually remember. Cause like wasn't there like a whole plan, but I don't remember if it was Kaiser, if it was Kaya's group that was to like kidnap the sensei. But it was one of these things where I was just like, well, has always existed. Yeah, I know, but it's still funny, because it's like they're sitting here talking about it now, and I'm like, so you're telling me nothing has changed? It was Kaya's idea, but Kaiser did it. Oh, okay, fair enough. Fox's first years in this one. They really don't look that much different, don't they? Well, I guess they do look a little younger here. Anyway. So ultimately, aren't you revealing holes in the General Student Council's security? Is it okay for SRT, which operates under the direct order of the President, to reveal information like this? You misunderstand. Justice is the path to preserving truth. No matter the obstacle, SRT's justice never wavers. And pose for the camera. Eh? Oh, good morning, Yukino. Morning. What time is it? 3:15, Kyoto Standard Time. We have time until the next shift gets here. Rest more while you can. I'm fine. Thank you for keeping watch. Are you having a nice dream? Look at how happy she is, chat. Just look at this smile on her face. I could see why the Nico poll is pretty popular. Wow, she is double second place. 47% compared to Yukino at 23. Oof. Couldn't be coming up last, though. Oof. I think we see why the Nico is popular. But beware, pink hair. Yes, of course, pink hair. Pink hair is so she's. I like how chat's just like pink hair immediately. Pathetic cuteness. No, it'll take a bit more than that. It'll take a lot more than that. Pink archive winning. Let me just say that. I thought I detected the barest hint of a smile in your sleep. It was more like a nightmare. A bittersweet memory that echoes in my mind. Ah, that I understand. So, like, in present day, they're third years, right? Because this was 2 years ago. That flashback was 2 years ago when they were first years? Did I understand that right? Fox 4, status. Fox 4 here. General Student Council is still snoozing. General Student Council hasn't recovered from the Apocalypse Towers. They're still in turmoil. Acting General Student Council President Rin has it the worst. She's been criticized left and right for her seemingly absence during the crisis. Her seeming absence during the... What? Seeming absence, yeah. Definitely absent during the entirety of that horrible deal. Had absolutely nothing to do with anything. I see. I mean, seeming absence, sure, but the furthest thing from the truth, sadly. Criticize the girl who was voted out. Yeah, that too. It was kept secret. Still, it's one of those things where it's just like, she got voted out. Like, everything that could have gone wrong for her went wrong, and even though everything managed to work out in the end, she's still being blamed for everything. Oof. That is unfortunate. I guess that doesn't really... That's not too unusual, considering that happens all the time nowadays. But it is what it is. And because of that, no one wants to pass her DU restoration policy. They're at a total standstill. I guess that means the plan's working. If we hadn't attacked Sanctum Tower right before SRT closed and took out all of Ren's supporters, she wouldn't be facing the Lion's Den right now. And what of the Board of Administration? Boring. The culture and medical officers... There's a culture officer. Still haven't recovered from injuries sustained during that raid. The senior managers are still quietly substituting for them. It's not affecting their day-to-day tasks, but the Board of Administration doesn't have any kind of official authority at the helm right now. That's good. Alert me immediately if there are any changes. Squad lead, Fox 1. But what if the Chiefs do recover and come back to that face, though? Would it just be over for Kaya? I gave you the emergency protocols to review, Fox 4. At any given time, the Chief of Defense Kaya must always hold the majority support of the Board of Administration over Chief Officer Ren. So they're tipping the scales in their favor, I see. They're basically the like, shadow arm of Kaya at this point. Should Chief Officer Ren's supporters attempt to return to the board, the Fox Squad is authorized to use any means necessary to sufficiently incapacitate them for the foreseeable future. You would think that at some point people are going to start getting suspicious. Or I guess this is Kivotos and people don't necessarily connect dots, but if you're constantly taking out a specific group of people, all of them have a specific commonality of being more prone to, well, I guess that would be a hard jump to make. But you would think eventually they would be like, okay, we need to be a bit more cautious with everybody here. It's not political assassination, it's just they're getting taken out, or at least knocked out or injured or whatever. Granted, it could just be accidents, but at some point people are going to be like, okay, we need to figure out what to do. This could simply be like, okay, we're going to make sure that these people are constantly under surveillance, or we're going to wrap them in saran wrap bubble wrap for the rest of their life. Saran wrap. That wouldn't do anything. Just saran wrap the board. I meant to say bubble wrap, not saran wrap. That would be funny, though. Oh, man. All right, I'm going to end the poll because I'm realizing it's just taking over to that part of chat. So, unfortunately, it looks like our winner is Nico, though. Going civil war since I guess shot. I don't even know how what would happen in that case. Because, like, technically he's already been shot before. So I already did almost do him in. So that is what it is. But anyway, Fox 4 out. Fox 3, status? Fox 3 reporting, we detonated the EMP bomb at the railroad vehicle base in the Katayama district and disabled the operations management system. Their key electronic equipment has all been sabotaged. Immediate recovery of the EMP bomb was successful as well, so the cause of malfunction will be near impossible to trace. I guess, but I don't know. I feel like that you could still somewhat, I don't know. As the media picked up on it, how is the coverage? General Student Council hasn't made an official statement, likely because they can't identify the cause, so the public has been assuming it was an accident on the council's part. The Director of Transportation and Acting General Student Council President Rin have, as a long title, have been taking the brunt of the blame. They won't be able to escape the media scrutiny for a while. Copy that, Fox 3. Return to HQ immediately. See, the problem is, Kaya is still going to have to deal with Shale, which is the other problem. Also, I have a question. Do you think is this justice? During the operation, we encountered a citizen unable to reach the hospital and receive care because the trains were down. If we carry on with this kind of... Did that citizen interfere with your operation in any way? No, they did not. So she has a very warped view of it right now. Understood. Fox 3 returning to HQ now. Yukino, come now. I don't need your quippy remarks right now, Nico. Then I won't quip. I'll follow you into hell for the revival of SRT. But what we're doing right now, we're harming innocent civilians. Okay, at least Nico has some level of conscience here. Kurumi wasn't wrong. This isn't the justice SRT fights for. Don't you think so? I abandoned those kinds of questions when we took on this operation. I suggest you do the same. SRT has always been a weapon. Ah, it's... okay. It's this argument. Got it. Now I see where they're going. Now I see where her mind is. I guess that would make sense in this circumstance. But yeah, that explains quite a bit. Let's just call her Rennie, okay? We could call her Rennie. But yeah. It's this argument. Oh boy. Kind of hard when they put themselves like this is kind of one of those like one of those positions where it's like hard to get somebody out of, because usually it's like for most cases like the person with this mindset usually has seen a lot of really horrible things or is traumatized to a degree that they believe that this is the only truth that they have. Like these are like the kind of people that were like imagine like being experimented on and the only thing you can think of is being trained for like assassinations, like eliminations, that kind of stuff. Granted, I don't necessarily know what kind of like what the background to this, where this point of view came from, but it is what it is. So I'm kind of curious what led her to this line of thinking. So that's what I gotta figure out. Anyway, wherever the user decides to point that weapon and shoot is both their privilege and responsibility. No one wants a weapon with its own free will, with an opinion. Morality, ethics, those concepts are the curse the user bears. If you can't accept your role, leave. The Fox Squad will persevere. Fox 2 out. So it looks like Nico doesn't fully agree, which is interesting. Alright, our last order of business. We'll need to make contact with the Rabbit Squad. The Rabbit Squad? You're gonna go see the little ones. Fox 3, Fox 4, don't speak out of turn. Sorry, I get excited at the prospect of a good time. I want to go see the underclassmen too, though. We've handled all of our urgent missions. Why don't we have a group bonding activity? When's the last time we were all together? Locks 3 and 4 fulfilled all their orders already. 4 won't even have to move until after D-Day. What she said, and the rabbits haven't even had an initiation ceremony yet, you know? Yeah, we would be bereft of SRT tradition if we didn't participate in at least a little light hazing. Oh, they're going with this, I see. Can't call Moe a little one. I mean, they're oh. I mean, they're freshmen, but... or first years. I wonder, is that like a US thing now that I think about it? Like the whole freshman, sophomore, junior, senior thing? I don't know that many people that do that, because I usually hear first year, second year, third year, fourth year, not freshman, sophomore, junior, senior. We're weird. Why do we put so many different things on things? It's just a bad translation, I think. Wait, what? Why do you guys say that? For those that, yeah, for like those that don't know, it's literally like, I don't know why we have it, but it's literally just freshman's first year, sophomore second year, junior third year, fourth year is senior. I don't know why junior. I guess freshman makes sense because it's like they're fresh and brand new. I don't understand the reasoning behind it, but it's something we use. It is a US thing. Yeah, I don't get it. I like think about it nowadays. I'm just like, it do be what it is. Oh well. If they ever do pop that up, that probably I'll have to translate it out, but I'm pretty sure they wouldn't do that here. What is a sophomore even? So that's technically just the second year. I don't know that where the name came from. I've heard the, what do they call it? Wise Fool or something? Isn't there something like Wise Fool or something about it? Being the second in a series. I guess that makes sense. If we like remove the school context of it. If we, yeah, like it looks like it's just this album relating to the second year of an endeavor. Being the second in a series. So I guess that does make sense. I don't know where we picked up this terminology from, but it is interesting. There's a common saying that we have, I had at my like high school where sophomore also was like the wise fool. It was the person that was accustomed to high school, but thought too high of themselves to the point where it's like, oh, I could do this, and then proceeds to get destroyed because the second year of high school was harder than they expected. I don't know. That's what I've heard a lot about. You gonna watch the AL stream tomorrow? I was planning on that because I don't have anything to do. I'm done with work until the 2nd of January, guys. So I'm pretty happy. Which is like a whole lot. Well, I guess there might be some stuff I'll have to do, but nothing too crazy. You ever do anything sophomoric? I don't even know what that means. It's so weird. We're known as sophomores or sophomores, another compound word that combines the wisdom of Socrates and Polish. Ah, okay, so that's where that comes from. Interesting. It's super early to hear how. You don't have to get up super, it's fine. Yeah, so there's a big stream tomorrow, like morning-ish. I don't exactly remember the exact time. I think Meta's already got it on his page if you want to go check it out. They're probably going to be revealing everything about the upcoming UR event because we're around that time where the next UR should be dropping in Ozerlane. This is probably an eagle. I'd be surprised if it was anything else. I don't know what eagle it would be, but hard to say other than that. Isn't livestream tonight? Is it tonight? I don't actually remember. Hang on, I'm gonna go take a look real quick. If it is tonight, I'm gonna be like, wait, what? Give me a second while I take a look at the time. No, 5, it's... Well, okay. Might be tonight for you. because I had to remember time zones here. For me, it is 5:30 tomorrow, so it's in 9 hours from now. That's what I can say. That's not what I want. There we go. Okay, so yeah, if you're interested in Ozlane, Ozlane Meta has his stream for all the JPC and stuff. I think it's mostly just JP actually. They'll be introducing a lot of the stuff for the UR event that's coming up, which means all the new characters, everything that's coming soon, and any skins or anything that they might give on it. They might give some merch, but I don't think we can have access to that, sadly. But it is what it is. So you'll wait for the recap. Fair enough. But yeah, if you are any interesting tidbits for the upcoming AL stream, I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like I'm not going to be able to tell you much. So it is one of those things. So anyway, I'll have to get started now if I want to have enough oh gosh, Inari Zushi for everyone. Alright, that's what she makes. I forgot about that. Okay. Convincing underclassmen won't be easy, so it'll be better to show a united front anyways. Fox 3, Fox 4, return to HQ and begin preparations for our welcome party. Roger. It's been quite some time, so let's make sure that it's a warm welcome. Oh no. I feel like they're about to be bullied. Ooh, that's a cool graphic. Garden Ease recap. That's fine. You guys don't have to make it if it's too early. I'm not gonna say you have to go watch it. It's kind of the downside of it. His streams is they're really early in the morning and it makes it a little bit difficult to work with. So that's generally how I'd approach it. Anyway. Don't know what that was. Anyway, the Junior Student Council President formed SRT and the Fox Squad to give Kivotas a means to more effectively fight against... SRT is made of a small team of elites. Justice is the path of preserving truth. Oh. Miyako. I think it's Miyako. Sorry, I had to do that. It's kind of cute. Matter the obstacle. The SRT's justice never wavers. The seniors seem to glow. I mean, I do need to change the thumbnail, so that actually gives me a good idea to change that thumbnail. So I can use this for sure. If there's any others relating to the other three, I will happily use that as well. That would be cool. Make like a collage of all of them before the rabbits. The seniors seemed to glow through the TV screen. They were the very embodiment of SRT's ideals. We strove for the impossible standards they set. Their rigid discipline never swayed, no matter the situation. We watched as criminals fell in front of them one by one. And no matter how daunting their mission, not even a flicker of fear ever seemed to cross their faces. Their undeviating justice, it was impossible not to admire. The seniors, they were our dream and one day meant to be our future. To us, moving forward just meant chasing their shadows. But one day, the sun disappeared and there was nothing left to chase. That's an interesting way to put that phrase. One day we became the SRT. That's a pretty nice, like... Let me look at this. They got some beds here. They got nice... Like, this is a pretty big tent for them. It's kind of nice. That's really kind of nice for them. So I think at this point, if I remember correctly, Saki and Moe aren't 100% warm to us. I think they're getting there. But Miyako and I think Miyu both are pretty warm. I think for us, it's not, like, for Sensei, he's not on, like, the best of terms with all of them, but I think a lot of them are starting to warm up to him. I don't know how close they've gotten in that sense since, you know, Chapter F, but I don't think they did much. We'll see. We'll see how much this changed, if it has changed. Miyako, you're awake! Happy Miyu. Happy Miyu. Happy Miyu! Yos. Happy Miyu. There's such an oddity to see Happy Miyu. A non-depressed Miyu. We must enjoy this rare treasure. It's perfect. Happy Miyu. No! Bruh. Oh my goodness, first time caught this live. Yeah, sorry about that. It's just time zones and my schedule for today was a little swamped, so. But welcome. Glad to have you to join us. Hope you enjoy your time, of course. So, anyway, Migako, you're awake. Good morning, Miyu. It's still early. I don't think breakfast is done. You stayed out late last night on patrol. Do you want to rest more? Thank you, but I've slept enough. I don't want to waste a nice day like this. I'm sure even the laundry is dried by now. You know something odd? I don't know if this was just Miyu's situation. Miyu's character blinks. Miyako's is not. Huh. Okay. Anyway, I don't want to waste a nice day like this. I'm sure even the laundry's dried by now. Are Moe and Saki around? I think they'll be back soon. They left early to go get food. Yo, come check this out. Look how happy she is. Because she's an old model. No time east. Yeah, pretty much. Everyone blinks just depends on the current portrait, I guess. Or if I remember. I guess. Maybe certain ones, but it might be just the case. She's staring at your soul. Looking to adore Miyu more. I see. Did a little extra scouting on my way back and I happened upon this huge mushroom colony. Look at the ones I picked. Aren't they big? With this many, we could have a mushroom buffet. I got a surprise for us too. Ta-da, fresh eggs. I got it from one of the stores on our usual route. It was thanks for helping them out with some pest control. I may or may not have just been testing out a new smoke bomb in what I thought was a deserted alley, though. Of course it's her. I forgot she just likes boom boom. This character would be W if she was well, actually I don't think she's as insane as W though. I've seen dojins about okay, not gonna finish that. I feel like I know where that's gonna go. As long as it helped a citizen in need. Oh yeah, sure. Wow, so much for. Why is she so happy? Why is she so happy? This is so rare. It's so weird to see this. Let her be happy. She'll be happy, sure, but still, I'm not used to seeing this. I like it, but I know it's not. It's one of those things that's not. People are dying in chat now. Who wouldn't be happy about fresh food too? But I'm not used to seeing Miyu happy all the time, or at least a lot more than usual. Don't know. Discount Mentos. Yeah. How many people are wait, what? We don't know. Alright, all we just need now is like all the rabbits with smiles on their faces, and then the entirety of chat will die. They're realizing. Great work, both of you. It looks like we'll have a complete breakfast today. Let me dig up the canned bread from our supplies to canned bread. That's different. I guess that makes sense. Military rations, I think that is a thing. You know you can count on me to get the fire going. Well, of course. Also the preparations. Mushrooms. I'm off to the supplies tent. Let me know if you need help with anything. I can help with supplies. Canned bread is... Oh, no, it is. I know it is. It's just I'm not used to seeing that often. Or at least, I'm not used to reading that in a dialogue. I know it is a thing, because it's like... There's a lot of things that could be made into military, like, aren't MREs. Granted, is it the best thing? Nah, but it is a thing. This is not a canned burger. What would be the weirdest thing canned? That's what I'm kind of curious. What would be the weirdest possible thing ever canned? I don't know if I want to if I want to give chat the option for that. A breakfast of eggs, bread, and sautéed mushrooms. I never thought we'd ever experience luxury like this again. That actually don't sound like a bad meal. You got a good amount of stuff there. Canned sushi, canned crayons. What? Izumi's not pleased with you, Hawk. Wait, what did I do? If only I could eat like this every day. Seriously, it's the perfect meal for a perfect day. Do you feel that breeze? With this amazing weather and yummy food, I mean, who wouldn't want to stick around here forever, eh? They're just in paradise over here. Do you think maybe we've gotten a little too used to being homeless? I mean, you guys are doing... Are you good? I mean, I don't really know how to describe whether this is homeless or not. They've lived here for who knows how long. Chat is just going on about canned items. Canned toilet paper. Why did I read that one? I don't know how to... I mean, I guess the one benefit of a canned toilet paper is it can roll now and you don't have to worry about the like paper coming undone and the whole thing just being on the floor. Canned gun. Why do I feel like in Kivotos that would be a thing? It's kind of like the, what is it? In case of emergency, break glass or just a gun behind the glass. Canned fish. Ugh. They got used to standard California lifestyle. Oof. Man chose violence against California today. Do you think maybe we've got a little... Okay, yeah. No denying it. These days were more about making life better than upholding justice. Well, there's not really... Well, I mean... You could argue these two do work together. Because... You know, upholding justice does make life better for a lot of people that aren't doing anything bad. Or, you know, people that are in need. I don't know. Something like that. Canned guacamole. Good luck getting her in a can. I feel like she'd just blow it up. Oh my god, they're Chazites. Oh gosh, I remember that was a thing. Anyway, NCT is supposed to be the cream of the crop. We hail from the best school in all of Kivotos. We're second to none in equipment, training. I mean, we were at least. Enough of the gloomy stuff. We got all the delicious food we could possibly ask for. What's to spoil their appetite with sad talk? Right. Let's not look a gift horse in the mouth. Things have been going great. Uh-oh. Hey there, Rabbit Squad. Ah, Sensei. Oh, it's just you, Sensei. I was wondering who that vaguely familiar person was. The joys of being a teacher. Huh. Part of me wants to do this one to see how Saki's gonna react. It's probably not going to make a difference if I had to guess. So this is the neutral stance, and this is the, I don't know, Riz/flirt with Saki option. Send, full send, okay. We'll see. Shut up, I wasn't trying to cover my excitement or anything, jeez. Morning, Sensei. Don't mind the ruckus. You didn't call ahead before coming over. Is it an urgent matter? Did we get you in trouble with someone again? No, not at all. The opposite, actually. Just wanted to thank you for all the support with the recent events. Recent events? Ah, it still feels like it just happened yesterday. The war is still... Nah. The flashback, there was war and red sky and explosions and fighting. This is where you need like that World War II soldier sitting there. Or whatever, Vietnam, I don't know whatever that meme. Anyway, at this point they like us. Yeah, I mean, they're not... I remember, like, it took them a while to slowly open up to, or at least to warm up to us. I think Miyako and Miu were the ones that were the quickest to warm up, but then these two, I think, I don't know if they're 100% there yet, but I think they definitely respect us for what we do. I thought Kivotos was a goner for real that time. Even I was scared, imagine that. Me, scared of some buildings blowing up. I think it would have been more than buildings blowing up, but that is what it is. Also, I don't know how to feel about this phase still. It was way more than some buildings. I just wanted to run and hide as soon as the sky turned red, but enemies were appearing everywhere. And more importantly, all of my friends were fighting for Kivotos. You're right, so many students came together to protect Kivotos. Yeah! Rabbit Squad responding to Sensei's request for support. Oh yeah, that's right, they did do this. Who knows what would have happened if you didn't save me? None of this would have been possible. Yeah, that's true. Saki is being a tsundere as she should be. Yeah, that's about right. We didn't expect thanks for completing our duty. SOT fights to protect the citizens. You know what? I'm fine with this. The more Miu smiles I get today, the better. Oh no, is it happening? Is this the 4 rabbits all smiling? I'm scared. Do you think we went to help you? We would have been there no matter what. I just wanted to make Shale's building go kaboom. Oh. Can you not? Can you, like, the one building that I do not want you to blow up, can you just not? Also, you ruined it. Everyone else is giving it like happy faces. You just look like you're just going into your I want to go do something. Sensei going to be homeless as well. I guess. It's close enough. Kaboom? Yes, Moe, kaboom. What is she? That one penguin-o-matic? I forget. What was that one's name? Was it Skippy? I don't remember which one that is. Even SRT agents deserve recognition sometimes. So, as thanks, I brought you a hot meal. We've actually adapted to this new lifestyle perfectly, so we have more than enough food, actually. We'll take your kind thoughts as gratitude instead, and you can enjoy your hot meal. Exactly what Saki said, our reward is knowing we've kept the citizens safe. In fact, if you're still up for breakfast, why not join us? We've got loads of eggs and mushrooms. I even found some shimeji mushrooms today, which are pretty rare around here. They're so delicious there's a saying, Matsutake for the scent, but shimeji for the taste. Well, if you insist. I guess I'll just put these prime beef sirloin steaks away. All of them immediately drop all of their plates and stare at you. This is the one behind for an episode. Wait, what? Bomb, maybe it was her. Maybe. Who knows? I mean, you could honestly, you could technically say, like, what is it? If we weren't there, would the actually, if we weren't here, would shale exist? Like, what would shale be if we weren't here? And if so, if that building was still shale, but there wasn't us, you know, I don't know what these four would have done, because without us being there, whatever happened at the first chapter of this entire volume would be very different. Also, rabbits eating beef. I mean, they're not really rabbits, but fair. Chocobo and Kaiser, not students, lol. Yeah, but I mean, at that point, it would shale exist, and at that point, that building could have been bombed by just about anybody. Anyway, I actually didn't get to finish what I was saying. Yes, naturally, there is no greater reward than serving the public. However, isn't that the super expensive kind of meat? Miyu going straight for it. Even before SRT closed, I've never eaten anything so decadent. Well, I mean, if you don't want it, I guess I'll just make ramen. What do I do with all this extra meat? Ramen, maybe? Oh, man. Oh, man, we're poking the bear on both of these. This one more so than the other. This is we're poking the bear. This is we woke up and chose violence. This one's a bit more direct about it. I'll go with this one. What did you just say? You want to eat fatty steak sirloin and ramen? Are you an idiot? A stupid person? Do you have so much money you could just boil it away in a pot of water? I can just hear Yuka being really sad in the corner. But Shell doesn't have a fire pit. I can't grill it, but it's too much to grill and eat by myself. I mean, there are things you can get for like indoor grills. There are a way you can work around it. I'm gonna say this one though, but it's too much to grill and eat by myself. Well, if you're in that much of a pickle, we have a fire pit, and I guess we could help you out with eating all of it. Miyu's like sudden change of expression, just looking away like, I say, let's eat together then. Does this count, chat? Does it count? Does it count? They're even doing the Usagi jump song. Where's the dancing Alice? Alright, somebody want to get an ambulance? Because I think chat's about to lose it. Deploy the head. Do I even have that many? I think I only have 2, don't I? Oh no, I only have 2. I could probably duplicate them though. We only have so many hands to give, chat. See, look. I mean, I'm patting a helmet, which, I mean, Saki's the unfortunate one with the helmet on. I'll give this one to Miyu. I can technically clone these, I think. So if I put this one here, my PC should be strong enough for this. I'll put that one there, and then I think this is Saki's, right? Yeah, okay. Copy, paste in source. There you go, chat. There you go. You already have the body bags ready. Usagi flat. Yeah, I mean, it was something like that. Evan the chat for chat. There's your screenshots too, chat. We have obtained. We have succeeded. And 4 really happy bunny rabbits. All right, let's move on. Let's move on. We need the entire medical brigade. We need some sort of mesh to use as a grill. I'll handle that. I'll get the extra plates. So do we have any sides to go with the meat? Maybe some potatoes or onions? Get these dumb old mushrooms out of the... Oi! Mushrooms and beef go well together. What do you mean? Onions, mushrooms, and beef. You got a pretty dang thing right there. Maybe get a good marinade with it. That's good stuff. What happened to so rare shimeji frite? Moya's got a point. The heck is a shimeji? I've got prime beef sirloin to worry about. This is a once in a lifetime. She really just pulled the Toy Story meme of like the I don't want to play with you anymore. Rip mushrooms. Yeah, but like beef, you get some onions, beef, and mushrooms, and that's a pretty good combination. So granted, I know a lot of people don't like mushrooms, so there's that. But you could still make a pretty awesome thing with beef and onion at least. For the shrooms. Focus mode, we need to get the fire going. Stat, achieve the perfect grilling temperature is an essential part of the process. Aye aye. That face. She's like, I'm gonna go blow up the fire pit again. Incendiary grenade goes off. Bait, uh-oh. They're fun Plain Fox, I'm sorry, I'm timing you out for that one. Can I control timeout? Can I control? You get a minute timeout for that one. YouTube has changed the rules so I can actually control how long you're timed out for. I'm not gonna go nuts for that. Don't take it personal, Plays Fox. You making a fungi joke. Nah, he'll be back. He'll be back soon. It's only a minute. It's not like he did anything bad. Well, I mean, a pun is not exactly a homophonic pun is not something I necessarily like, but it is what it is. Since you play both, I want to ask you: do you recommend Arknights in terms of story, characters, and characters to a BA lover? It's a lot darker. So, like, Arknights' story as a whole is substantially darker than Blue Archives. I will also say what Arknights does story-wise compared to Blue Archive. Blue Archive does a pretty good job at balancing like how much you have to talk, how much needs to be explained for a scene to make sense. Arknights goes like above and beyond that. I'm trying to remember the last time that pun. Probably the best that I don't actually remember. The last pun that got me a time. Okay, well, the previous timeouts were like 10 minutes. Like back, this is a new feature they did, Plains. So it's not like I didn't want to time somebody out for 10 minutes. I could do a silly minute timeout because it's funny. Don't worry. Don't take it too. Like I said, don't take it too personal. It's just a funny little bit to it. It's just they recently rolled out a feature for live stream chats that you can time people out for smaller periods of time rather than 10 minutes. And it's kind of a nice thing. Like I could do 10 seconds, I think, right? Can I do 10? I'm not going to do it on anybody. I just want to see. Yeah, I could do 10-second timeouts up to a whole day. So the day timeout is great, if necessary. Were you interested in Arknight's infield? Yes, actually I was. Well, hang on. Let me finish the question that was asked me beforehand. In terms of story-wise, for somebody that plays Blue Archive, it is not bad. There is a lot of really good things, really cool, interesting ideas that they have in the story. The problem is you're going to be spending a considerable amount of time reading it. If you're okay with that much reading, have fun. I personally think it's a great story. There's a lot of really good elements to it. Like Lone Trail had some very interesting moments in it. I think one of my favorite scenes was Ifrit calming down Rosemontes, which was something that was very, very, very good. Like I have a lot more respect for Ifrit because of that. So like there's a lot of great scenes that could come from a lot of the story, and it's just unfortunate that they spend like an hour in what could have been explained in 10 seconds. As for Enfield, I was interested in it. I do play a lot of those type of games, like Satisfactory. I've not played Factorio, but I've seen enough that I could probably understand how to go about it. But I do like those kind of games, resource management kind of things. So I did sign up for the to see if I could be a beta, like the technical test guy. I don't know if it's gonna happen, but we'll see. So if it does, well, I'll probably stream that a bit for the fun of it. So there is that. Yeah, if it really grew me in that lad event. Yeah, it was a great scene. Like I did not think that was something that what is it? Something that would ever happen. But it was really, really good for her. I thought that was really good growth. Especially when you consider like Ifrit's background. Shirtless Hawk stream win. I don't even have a camera, so I can't even. I mean, I could technically be shirtless, and you guys would never know. But it's also because I don't do cameras. Also, I don't know much about Twitch because I don't follow Twitch. Like, I don't pay too much attention. What was the average time to finish reading chapter 1 in Arknights? It wasn't super long, I don't think. Cause like there was a lot of chapters in like the early days. And granted, there still is a lot of chapters nowadays, but they bloated their writing. Maybe a couple hours. I don't actually know how many. Like 1 or 2. I don't want to imagine more than that. But like in the modern like story writing, like it would probably take me 3 streams just to cover story. Darker meaning only sadness. I kind of suffer with stories that are always sad. It's not necessarily sad. It's just things are grim. Like, think of it like the world is an extremely dangerous place. So dangerous that just simply living around others can potentially be a huge risk for you. But that's because of like the concept of like organium and all that stuff. But there's a lot of really dark tones to it that make it there is some sad moments for sure, but there's a lot of really like you understand some of the motives behind certain characters and why they do certain things, and like how them being like so like all like the entirety of like civilization being against them has led them to be angry at that part of civilization. So that's probably like some of the bigger moments I would say there, but there is a lot of sad moments too. Like I'm not gonna spoil that because you want to read it. I think many of us know chapter 6 very well. But yeah, there are a lot of other stories that aren't as like dark or sad. Like I think what is it, the Tomimi one wasn't that bad. Il Kusano was not bad. Maybe really like Viviana, which I can't wait to see her in that like silly drunk looking skin. But yeah, think of it like an apocalyptic story. Yeah, exactly as Carrie Buff said. Apocalyptic story, there's a lot of tragedy, and a lot of people have been put in situations that make them lash out at others, and it's a bit understandable given their circumstances. And there's other situations where it's just like, you know, it's one of those, like, you wish you were there at the right time for that person so that things would have been different for them, maybe. But it is kind of that, like, that's how it is. Kyobe's event is just herping high on my... Well, yeah, that's Kyobe. It's goofy. What is the darkest game I've ever played? Ooh. Either Danganronpa or Trillion. Like, Trillion's pretty dark because it's like there is this world-ending monster that has entered your dimension, and the only thing you can do is send like really, really powerful people that are close to you out to fight it. Now, granted, it's very extremely rare that you'll be able to defeat it in one go. So, like, one of the hardest things is, you know, you lose that fight. That character is gone, and they have a whole scene, dialogue and voice and all, where that character dies. And then you get to see the reaction of your character dealing with the constant grief. But but not only that, having to realize that he has to send somebody else out to stop it again, and then go through that whole cycle. So he's doing that cycle over and over and over and over again. And all those people are close to him, and he's losing them one by one by one by one. And it gets really tough because it's one of the, like, that's pretty dark in itself. Like, everyone that you know and like would love, you're basically sending them to their death. Now, granted, they might win. If they did, that's fantastic. But it's one of those like stories where it's like, it's a vicious cycle. And it's one of those that you wish you didn't have to do, but in that circumstance, you have no choice. It just kind of shows the nature of how rough that is. Tiberium REF. Nah, no, the type, like, Command & Conquer isn't that dark. I mean, I should also say Red Alert 3 is just a meme showcase at the whole thing. Danganronpa in itself was a pretty dark, like, its premise was initially pretty dark, but then, like, Danganronpa 3, it sat wrong with me with, like, the whole metafiction stuff, or, I just didn't like it, where it kind of, where they basically wrote it off as an actual game rather than a real, like, actual situation. I just didn't like it. It kind of ruined Danganronpa for me. It's part of the reason why I think, like, Danganronpa 3 was very controversial for its writing at the very end. So I would say that's definitely, like, it was dark, but then they kind of ruined it on themselves. I view that as alternate timelines. I would hope so, but I don't know. It's hard. Like, the way they wrote it, it made me kind of not like the series anymore. Because it's one of those things where it's just like, well, okay, did all of this actually happen? Did it not? You know, it becomes, you know, your alternate timelines, is it headcanon? Is it not? It's kind of, oof. Danganronpa 1 was pretty good. Danganronpa 2 wasn't bad either. But it was definitely pretty dark as a whole, though. Is there any other games I can think of that are pretty dark? I'm trying to think off the top of my head what other games are there that are pretty dark. I have a good number of games, but I think most of them aren't, like, super out there. I don't think so. I'm like sitting here looking through my entire Steam library being like, is there anything here that actually is pretty dark? Not really. I think those are probably the two big ones I would say. So, anyway, let us head on to chapter 3. If it wasn't alternate timelines, then it would be contradicting itself. That's why I want to hope, but it's hard. Because, like, I think like part of it, like if you actually go look at the forums for the third Danganronpa game, you'll see like there's definitely a lot of controversy around it. Conquest ending a Rebirth too. Oh, yeah, I guess fair enough. Anyway, it's ready, grilled to perfection. Then, without further ado, thank you for the. Oh, they're doing it again. Here, F in the chat for chat. That happened again. Oh, it beats my wildest dreams. Now here's the question: did anyone in chat die because of this? Are they gonna do this for each and individual ones? Oh no. The melt in your mouth texture from all that marbling and that amazing rich flavor only top-notch beef can bring. It makes every other piece of beef I've ever eaten seem fake. They're just pale in comparison. It's so yummy, so yummy. It's so soft, like it's melting in my mouth, like pudding. I can't remember the last time we've indulged in something like this. I almost feel guilty. There's more than enough meat, so help yourselves. Sensei, even if it's to thank us, isn't this a bit much? This must have been really expensive. Yeah, I'm a little suspicious. The reward seems to outrank the deed here. You did kind of help participate in stopping a, I would argue, world-ending event, so I would honestly say the reward is definitely nowhere near the deed, but also you saved our lives, I think. I don't know what they would have done to us, but you definitely rescued us. So yeah, I don't think this is one of those situations where the reward is more than the deed. Is this beef a part of your evil scheme? What kind of, wait, what? You tried to lure us in with delicious food. This must be the honey trap I've heard of before. You know. I don't even know what this is. It's not, and that's not what honey trap means at all. I'm not gonna say that because I don't know. You have no interior motives. You need to learn to accept gifts. Yes. You know what? I don't even care if it's a trap. This is a rare opportunity to stuff ourselves with the highest quality beef imaginable. We wouldn't even be able to experience this at SRT. Although I have had the experience of filling my stomach with cheap canned pork back at SRT. Yum. Can you not ruin the best meal of my life with thoughts of canned pork? We did eat a lot of pork, didn't we? All of our field rations had pork in one form or another. Remember one time our field training went longer than we'd planned and we had to survive on canned pork for over 3 days. Oof. Ick, that slimy taste of canned pork is definitely something I could have done without remembering. Thanks, Miyako. I never realized, why is it all pork? Why couldn't we have corned beef or some tuna at least? It's just cost efficient, duh. Higher-ups only see numbers, you know? They say it's in our textbooks. When it comes to supplies, quantity over quality. You can't feed an army if you consider comfort or indulgences. I mean, sure, but morale kinda is the thing, too. But I guess if it keeps their bellies full, sure, but I don't know. It is cheap, yeah. I mean, pork isn't exactly that hard. A trap for, oh. Oh. Oh, I see. I see what that means. Nah. That's why canned beef has been a go-to combat ration for so long. It's made from some preserved meat, making it cost-effective with a lengthy shelf life. Even regular academies caught wind and started using them for school lunches. At one point, the cafeterias were using so much of it that some Trinity novelist tried to protest by swapping out all mentions of any food in their work with canned pork instead, and distributing it all over campus. Huh. Bro, the cooks in the British Armed Forces say otherwise. Well, it's more of just like... You know, now that I think about it, that's kind of what spam... It's kind of the same thing with my parents was... Well, my dad was spam. Spam normally isn't that expensive. We had this... I was talking about this last archive stream, weren't we? It's a very unique way of protesting, by the way. Wow, thanks so much. I definitely needed to know that. Not. Nerd. Shut up, you maniac arsonist. You both kind of got each other there, but alright. Speaking of, didn't that Trinity novelist have an episode in their work where a group of knights on a quest for the Holy Grail ended up battling a wild rabbit? I remember something along those lines. What about it? Way back when, I asked the seniors about our name. Sometime around when the Rabbit Squad first came to be. I was wondering why we had been named after a cute, harmless animal. SRT was supposed to be the symbol of discipline and justice, not fuzzy paws and floppy ears. I mean, Fox Squad is... That does make a good point. These are kind of like fake ears, aren't they? Whereas, like, Fox Squad is actually foxes. So... Huh. Oh, at Fate. Does Hawk know Fate? I haven't watched Fate. If that's where we're going. Wait, what? Oh. I feel like I don't know, so we're gonna go with that. I guess Human Squad doesn't really sound good. Yeah, but at the same time, like, it does make me wonder why they did. Like, she does pose a good question. Why are they rabbits? It's not Fate. It's Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Oh, yeah. I think I've only mentioned I haven't really watched it aside from that one scene with like the Black Knight, where they like cut off all his limbs and he's like, "'Tis but a flesh wound. I could still." I don't remember what something. I could still defeat you or something, and he starts like trying to headbutt him or something. I don't know. That entire like scene was hilarious. We'll call it a draw. Yeah, pretty much. Anyway. She didn't answer in the way I expected at all. Instead, she recited a quote from the novel. The rabbit is not to be underestimated for its docile and adorable appearance. Proud and territorial, the rabbit becomes a fearsome beast that can fend off even brave knights when provoked. I think I remember that part. Knights searching for the Holy Grail try to enter a cave guarded by a rabbit, and it rips out their throats. And that's why we learned in our tactics and strategy classes to never underestimate an opponent from how they look. Well, don't... I feel like every single antagonist in the entirety of Kivotos right now should definitely consider this when it comes to like Sensei and like any group of schoolgirls that are with Sensei for whatever reason. Because everyone's just like, oh, it's just Sensei with 2 girls. How did we lose? Or it's like Rabbit Squad's like this really, really superior group, and then like freaking we have 2 people in Valkyrie that managed to actually beat Rabbit Squad, and you're just like, wait, what? Sensei is that weird X factor. The knights throw a grenade at the rabbit, it ends up in little bits. Because no rabbit is strong enough to fight guns or grenades or bombs or bad guys. We're gonna end up blown up like the rabbit in the story. Hey, the ending to some stupid book that they made us read in school has nothing to do with us. The only thing you should be concerning yourself with right now is this sumptuous beef. Suddenly Fox Squad, nah. This is a little out of the blue, Sensei, but it's been on my mind recently. I was wondering if any sensitive documents disappeared during Kaiser's occupation of Shale. I was worried because of the amount of data on the General Student Council's... on the General Student Council that's stored in the Shale building. There wasn't anything in particular that stood out. But we didn't do a thorough... Yeah, I'll say this one. I can do it. Give me a sec. No, do not blow up the... Check. From here. How? Oh, right. She forgot. She's got, like, tech stuff. Right. Moe, did you give Kaiser intel for more weapons? Hey, that was one time, okay? But that's not what I'm doing. I just have to slip it to Shale's server and pull the surveillance footage. We can check the entrances to see who was there and what they took. Nah. You don't even need to do that. Just talk to Kotama. I'm looking at chat as if I should expect them to be able to see my face right now. Oh, hey, Meta. They forgot as well. The Knights were either all dead by the end of the story or arrested by the British Constable. Oh, okay. Shale cybersecurity is foolproof. The password is on a sticky... Oh yeah, I know that. Gosh, the Chihiro like Momo talk was such a funny situation because I'm sitting there talking about IT stuff and then she starts talking about IT like the same things I just mentioned and I'm just like, I should just shut up. Ready for the early AL morning tomorrow? Yeah, I mean, I never like it being early morning, but I guess I do kind of wake up early for work anyway sometimes, so it is what it is. You're good. Oh, I remember that video. Yeah, it was that, like, recording it was hilarious, because I'm sitting there like, should I talk about this? Should I give my input on it? And then she says the same stuff. And I'm just like, well, huh. Anyway. Yes, this is what I get for working in the same field that she does, though she focuses more on, like, penetration testing and security, whereas I focus more towards development and, well, I do have some measures of security. We have to do some safeguards. Though I might be a bit more uptight about security than probably most developers. It is what it is. Whatever. We can check the entrance to see who was there and what they took. Kaiser's occupation of the building after Sensei's abduction was pretty short-lived. We just had to narrow down our search to the exits during that time frame and make sure nothing important was taken. Surprisingly good idea from Moe. Oof. Are you okay? Did you eat such nice food to make you go crazy? Shut up or I'll blow you up. Ignoring the muscle head, I should be able to get into the cloud server and snag the CCTV footage pretty easily. This makes me more sad at my own security. Yeah, yep. There it is, surveillance footage from the day of the attack. This is around when we retook the building. The guys in the helmets were Kaiser's super elites, SOF? Soap or whatever? Soap? The heck kind of a name is Soap? They had impressive weapons, but they sure didn't know how to use them. Props to those that got that reference. I don't know. I guess that's a check on if you play that game or not. It was only as easy as it was because of Miu's sniping. Without her, we wouldn't have been able. We would have had to take damage in a full frontal assault. Really, but I couldn't have done it without Saki taking point and relaying their locations. Miyako too. Soap trusted you. I don't Muppet like you passed the selection. Your watermelon slaying skills are just impeccable. Yeah, God, back when Call of Duty was good. I don't know. I haven't really liked. I haven't played Call of Duty past what? Black Ops 3, I think. I think that was the one where you could like upgrade your character down like 3 different paths in story, and one of them was like hacking, and it kind of turned everything into like, it was kind of dumb because I had the ability to hack into robots and control them, and there was this whole fight like imagine, if you will,
You're at this last point, and this building gets destroyed, and this huge mech, ready to destroy you and everything there, enters the battlefield. My friend immediately ducks behind cover and starts trying to figure out how to deal with it. Me, oh, can I hack it? I managed to hack it. Oh, hey, look, this weapon, I could totally use it. Turns the gun and starts blowing up every single tank and everything there. My friend's just like, did you just hack that? And I'm like, yes, I did. Time to have fun. Hey, look, this little guy here, I'm gonna step on him. I feel bad looking back at that scene. I probably like ruined the entire moment of that part of the story because I literally just hacked the giant boss robot that we were supposed to be able to defeat and just started using it against everybody else. It's like you're like going into the final boss of whatever game you're playing and you just mind control it and you're just like, oh, cool. What am I supposed to do now? The fact that they let you do that was what was bad. They shouldn't have let that happen. Anyway, that was what a squad is for. That was a fun operation. We're starting to sound like old women reminiscing on our glory days. Stop gabbing and help me check this footage to see if any Kaiser soldiers took anything with them. Turn their fancy set piece into comedy skit, pretty much. That's like pulling a sectopod and hacking. Yeah, exactly. You just dominate every single one of them, so you permanently have them just like, ooh. Welcome to the way I play games, everybody. If there is something stupid I can do, you bet I'm gonna try to do it. It doesn't matter if I lose, I'm gonna try to do it. But no, I've not played Call of Duty since then. The last time I really truly played, I think, was Modern Warfare 3, I think? The one where it introduced like that new survival mode where you just like try to stay alive in an area as long as you can. Is usually one of the like multiplayer maps, I think. And it had like it would do like this wave game or something. I forget. But it was something like that. But yeah, there was so many stupid things that you can do. And that's just kind of how I was. Infection. No, it wasn't like zombies. It was like your standard enemies. I don't remember what it was called, but it was something kind of cool that you could do. I don't remember. Anyway, well, I guess we couldn't find anything here. Let's go back a bit. Who are those soldiers? Those masks and uniforms don't look like Kaiser. Is it Fox Squad? Right there. It looks like they're bringing something out of the basement. Do you see their hands? They weren't holding that when they went in. Can you tell what it is? Not really. Video quality sucks and they're moving fast. Way too fast, actually. No wasted movements. Deft handling of advanced weaponry. It sounds like Fox Squad. Sucky, you see it too, right? The video is grainy, but I recognize that equipment anywhere. Alright, doom and gloom over there. Would you like to share with the class? You're right that those soldiers didn't look like Kaiser. That's SRT equipment they're using. Ah, yes, it is Fox Squad. But we have all of SRT's remaining equipment. The leader's laser pointer. It's a dual compound one with both infrared and visible light capabilities. It's super pricey and pretty much useless without night vision gear, so they've only ever been made for SRT students. And that radio they're using to communicate, I can't be certain, but it looks a lot like SRT's. All of SRT's equipment is especially designed to meet our needs, and they definitely don't look anything like Kaiser's communication technologies. Are you serious? But how could they have gotten their hands on them? Huh? Did you say something? But What?
Oh, right, because it started out as a whisper between these two. Right. I have to remember that started out as a whisper between those two. Not at all. I got a little excited talking about tactics. You know how it is. Yeah, they're keeping Sensei in the dark. I know it's not in your nature, Moe, but you have to be quiet. Sensei can't know until we figure out what's going on here. You're right. Sorry. It's just so unbelievable. I think so too. I don't know how random people would be able to get SRT's equipment like that. Miyu, please. There are only two ways I can think of. First, they raided an SRT squad or base and looted the equipment. The only other way would be if an SRT student provided them. That's what's unbelievable. No SRT student would be stupid enough to hand over equipment to PMC soldiers. We're elite agents, not some brutish, greedy... People have been bartering for things they want since before we could... It's so easy peasy lemon squeezy, we'll trade off our valuable items for new and wonderful incendiaries and weapons. Slow clap. That's probably not what it is. Because they're moving fast, and I'm more likely to believe it's Fox Squad, but sure. It seems we may have been the stupid SRT students. We sold off some non-essential equipment to recoup our losses when our camp was flooded. Do you remember those arms dealers? They had big masks on, so we couldn't see their faces. So you're telling me, we the Rabbit Squad are the ones who supplied Shell's invaders with weapons. And here we are, gorging ourselves on high-quality meat given to us to thank us for fighting off said invaders. When you put it like this situation is actually pretty funny. We are just completely oblivious, but that's also because they're not telling us. But it is pretty funny. Is everyone full? Are you sure you don't want more? Oh jeez, I'm so full. I think this is what they call a food baby. Why did you look at us like that? Me too. Yeah, the fullest I've ever been. Oh, I suddenly remembered something super urgent I have to take care of today, right now. They all feel guilty. What could be so urgent so suddenly? Do you need a bathroom? No, you have no filter when you talk, Sensei. I'm just teasing. I'll save the rest of the meat for you at Shale then. Thank you, Sensei. Yeah, like the entire premise of this scene is actually kind of funny when you think about it. Granted, I'm more likely to believe that this is actually Fox Squad, but sure. So we'll see. Are we not gonna tell Sensei about selling weapons to the bad guys? I feel bad. If it's not for us, Sensei wouldn't have gone through all of that stuff. I feel guilty as well, Miyu, and we will tell Sensei and apologize later, but first we need to apprehend the culprits. Miyako's right. If we go to Sensei now, all we're doing is bringing them another problem. They have enough on their plate as it is, dealing with the restoration project and everything else. The last thing Sensei needs is another thing to worry about, especially because of something we did. Yes, we'll find the culprits, retrieve the stolen goods, and then give Sensei a proper apology. To start, I'll need your help, Moe. We need to collect information, anything you can on where the weapons went after we sold them. It might take a bit, but it's doable. If I trace the unique key values embedded in the electronics, I'll hopefully be able to trace their path. For the rest of you, please begin routine checks of all of our gear, quickly, so we're prepared to leave as soon as Moe has what we need. We won't let those armed dealers sully SRT's equipment with their injustices any longer. Don't think it's you guys. I really don't think that. But we'll see. Pretty sure they actually show Fox Squad going in Shale and Volume F. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Because I think it was what? It was just the, what? Oh shoot, I don't have their names down. Is it Kirino and Nico, I think?
I don't have their names down. Kino and somebody, and Kino and the first girl, Fox 1, whatever her name was. Yukino, sorry, Yukino and Nico. Yukino and Nico. Oh, it's a Togi. Fubuki, Yukino. I don't know who it was. I don't remember. I remember seeing that scene at least. I know you said you were full, but I forgot about the extra pork. Where did everyone go? An unexpected reunion. Alright, let's see. Rabbit 1 reporting. The time is 16:20. Well, 4:25. We followed the GPS signal Rabbit 3 sent us to pinpoint the location of the suspect who infiltrated Point Sierra, confirming arrival at the site. It is currently raining at Point Romeo. The drop-off point and the visibility is down to about 500 meters. Our units, please exercise caution. This is Rabbit 4. Thankfully, the weather's kind of making it so nobody's around here right now. No hidden enemies, so we're not in immediate danger of ambush, and I'm in good position if anything happens. Copy that, Rabbit 2. Please report. Copy that. Rabbit 2, please report. Rabbit 2 here. I've cut the circuits. The alarm sensors are down for the count. For now, at least. But, you know, is there a problem, Rabbit 2? Not exactly a problem, but does this building look kind of familiar to anyone else? Did you shock yourself cutting the circuits? We've never had an operation here before, dummy. That's not what I meant. It's like the layout. I don't know. The structure feels familiar. It's kind of like the indoor warfare range at the SOT training facility, isn't it? 3 floors and entrances. And when I was reviewing the blueprints Moe gave us, I thought the maze-like layouts inside seemed familiar. It actually is kind of familiar, isn't it? Although someone would have started shooting at us by now if this was a training exercise. Please don't jinx it, but I do feel better knowing we've kind of done this before. That's right. Since we're familiar with the terrain, it'll be easier for us to predict and adapt through encounters. But buildings with this layout are usually easier to defend. Back in our mock battles, the defenders usually had the upper hand, so I'm kind of nervous. Big bad, we're elite agents of SRT, Saki is scared. Come on. Who cares what kind of defenses or weapons they have? We'll just do what we always do, easy peasy. The hubris. And to think I had to be cheered up by you. Fine, fine. If PMC's elites armed to the tooth can't beat us, who can? I'll be watching your backs. We just have to work together. Rabbit 2, everyone, to positions. Let's go. Sounds like Rainbow Six Siege. I've actually not played that game in a long time. Though I've been also told it's not great anymore, but we'll see. Breaching. I've secured our entry path. Rabbit 1, taking the building. Site A clear. Site B clear. Continuing to Site C. This is strange. We're deep into the territory now and they still haven't made contact. Are they being cautious of us? I haven't made any mistakes so far. I'm staying aware of potential movement or traps, but it still feels like I'm missing something. It's Rabbit 2. Rabbit 1, we've run into a barricade we can't breach. Do you want us to break through it? No, avoid giving away your position at all costs. Find a way around if you can. Understood. Going to start moving towards the center aisle. Continuing. Hello, was that a gunshot? Rabbit 2, report in. Saki. I can't get through. Did she lose her communicator? Rabbit 4, requesting an update on the situation. Rabbit 3, our GPS doesn't seem to be... Ah, jammer. I'm jammed. No signals coming in or out. We're all cut off from each other. I won't be able to rely on any backup. The enemy was in perfect sync. Ambush the point, jam communications, and isolate each member all at once before anyone knows what happened. It was a simple and straightforward plan, but nearly impossible to execute. The amount of coordination that would have been required, and incomplete silence at that, I need to tread carefully. That doesn't matter right now, though. To start, I have to rescue Saki. Ambush. I didn't notice them close in at all. tracker. The passageway is too narrow for my primary weapon to be useful. Close combat isn't my specialty, but I'm still an SOT agent. I've set my opponent's center of gravity, take advantage when they lose balance. Foxtrot. A flash bomb this close? Oof. 1.5 seconds. Reactions are slow. You took too long to reorient after the explosion and flash. You moved exactly per the CQB manual, but the real world doesn't follow your textbooks. Your movements are too predictable. You should have taken the initiative and rushed me. Stop moving. I might accidentally break your arm. You're no ordinary soldier. Who are you? Does who I am change anything? You went into this operation thinking I'm SRT. I can handle whatever might lie ahead of us, didn't you? Lazy, undisciplined, always assume the worst case scenario. Even the best, most experienced veteran can be taken out by a stray bullet on the battlefield. Courageous warriors don't live long here, but good Special Force soldiers conduct themselves with cowardice, or you'll end up dead. Wait, I know that voice. It can't be. It's been quite some time, Squad Leader Tsukiyuki Miyako. You look well. Yukino! Suddenly, everyone's like, wait, what? A fox's shadow. So they basically just traced it. I thought this was what the case was going to be. They just traced it back to the foxes. What the hell is happening? Someone better start talking. I was monitoring the surveillance cameras when I was ambushed. Someone forced a hood over my head and dragged me here. Me too. I was in my position and someone came up super quietly and they blindfolded me. I got rolled around and around and around in a big barrel. I'm gonna throw up. Why are you slacking off with this, Saki? I thought you and Miyako had breached the building already. We had, but then I can't remember. I went into the center aisle to avoid the barricade, but I was ambushed and knocked out. I don't remember what happened after that. I just remember waking up here. Well, we don't know where we are or who brought us here, but I do know one thing. We let ourselves get abducted, didn't we? Don't make me say it. Ugh, it was pure carelessness. Because Fox Squad is the one who bought those equipment, maybe. Yeah, it probably is. That would make a lot more sense. I see you, James. Have a good one. What did we say about underestimating our opponents? Yeah, well, as I said, hubris. Hubris is the biggest enemy of everybody. Just realized something. These suspects are arms brokers, right? So they do lots of illegal trades. Super bad guys like them would normally kill us, right? If we're alive, maybe they're going to sell us to someone. They're going to sell us to some research facility and test weapons on us and torture us, or what if they make us dress up in a cat costume and meow for them? That would be even worse. I'd be very disturbed if that was what they were gonna make you do. I don't even want to know where that last fear came from. It's okay, Miu. Look, Miyako isn't with us, which means she hasn't been caught yet. Just sit tight and plan how we're gonna get back at these guys once she rescues us. Wait, hold up. Once she rescued... Wait, what? Oh, okay. I thought I misread that. Is everyone okay? Uninjured? Miyako. Miyako, right on time. See, I told you she'd come to rescue us. Oh, about that. I'm more of a prisoner than a rescuer in this situation. This is the last. Disqualified. If this was SRT's CQB test, every last one of you would have been disqualified. That equipment, are you? Aren't you the Fox Squad? I don't understand what's happening here. What, you don't like parties? We decided to organize a little surprise welcoming party for our successors. Come on now, I thought you would have grown up a little after your recent adventures in Kivotos, but it looks like you're still the same old you, huh? Did you think you were coming to a tea party? I couldn't believe my eyes when you just rushed into an unknown building with no backup and no recon. Oh dear. Shouldn't be so harsh on them, could it be? Now these students who take the CQB test know that they're taking it. How could they have predicted us being here? If they'd been up against ordinary arms dealers like that though, their plan would have been perfect. Like they thought their plan would have been perfect. Actually, the last one is very concerned. Yeah, I don't know how to think about that, and also Miu is very... That's a very interesting thought. I don't know where that came from. The next time an enemy appears unexpectedly on the battlefield, should we just ask them to politely leave? You were all unprepared. I'm sorry. Anyway, I'm sure you must be hungry after all that excitement. Made a bunch of Inari sushi for everyone. We could worry about operations and preparedness after everyone's stomachs are full. I know there's probably a million questions running through your mind, and trust me, we have a whole lungful of things we want to say too, but let's enjoy a meal together first. Okay. I mean, I'd be slow to react too if I worried about as many things as you do in the middle of an operation. Imagine you're in a tight quarter like Miyako was before, and it's tricky to maneuver your primary weapon. Now there's an enemy approaching from a different direction. What's your plan? I think you're supposed to switch to your sidearm and shoot. And you think right, if you're following the manual, but you need to evaluate the situation in front of you. It's always going to be different. Here you should smash them as hard as you can with your gun's buttstock. See, the funny thing is she has a shield. She doesn't have to worry about this. She can literally just, like, turn into, like, the freaking, a train and just proceed to ram whatever is in front of her. Or behind her. She just has to turn around. Riot Shielders get an advantage. In close quarters like that, the fastest one wins. You were the one who was ambushed, so the enemy wouldn't expect a full frontal attack like that. And all of this changes depending on the enemy's armor, distance, and strength. That shield is cheating! Real-world situations are so different from the textbook. You think all it took was a mission or two to be a veteran. You've got a lot to learn. Is this salmon roe? Or salmon, whatever. It pairs surprisingly well with the Inarizushi. Hey, I was saving that for myself, hands off! Chill out, it's just Inarizushi. Do you really want to embarrass yourself in front of the little ones? Here, just have the egg Silverol flavored one. No thanks, I'll stick with the salmon roe. I brought enough for each kind, so there's no need to fight. Miyu here. Don't be shy, dig in. Really? Even I can have some? Of course, in fact, I think this one right here has your name on it. Thanks. It's so good. Feels like forever since I've had Nico's cooking. You won't find Inarizushi with this many toppings anywhere else in Kyoto's. Hello, wait, what? Let the butt do the talking. Wait, what? Anyway, getting up early was totally worth it all of a sudden. You'll always be able to recognize my Inarizushi from everyone else's because of my secret marinade. Why do I feel like I've had this Inarizushi recently? I'm just imagining it. Oh yeah. That is true. If it's okay to ask, how did you find me? I thought I found a really good spot, so I was kind of surprised. Well, I mean, they're SRT. I imagine they would probably think that's a good spot. Me, right? The star student who aced the concealment training. Eek! You did really well, actually. We wouldn't have noticed if Nico hadn't pointed you out. Good job. Thank you. Why are you getting closer and closer? You were just so hidden. What's your process? Do you have some kind of special camo gear? What zoom is your scope set at? Ah! Overload, overload, overload! Not like this! I'm just imagining like the not like this emotes, but it's Miyu and she's got like the little swirl eyes. Oh my goodness. Well, you've eaten. Time to dress you up in cat suits. Oh no. Miyu pulling up. I mean, she's not glitching on the floor or whatever that was supposed to be. She hasn't gotten to that part yet. Anyway, if our seniors in the Fox Squad were the ones buying the weapons, I guess we don't have anything to worry about. If it came through them, I'm sure the funds were clean too. Well, you guys are still missing the main question. Why were they there with Kaiser? Actually, I'd like to ask a question. Of course, shoot. What did you guys take from the basement of the shield? I think they meant to say building there. During the coup. Oh, well, that More importantly, I've been wondering this for a while now. You disappeared without a word when SRT's closure was decided. The next thing we knew, you were storming the General Student Council's building. Why? I can't share that information with you yet. Is it confidential? No. It's not that. We needed to determine if you could be reliable allies. Hold on. Aren't we all on the same team, the SRT? What did we do wrong? Let me ask you a question. If we ordered you, could you stand against Sensei on the battlefield? Right now, at this very moment. See, you're not ready to decide. Well, they don't believe they're weapons. This is the problem, I think, because of, like, I don't think, I'd be surprised if Rabbit Squad ever did this, though, because Sensei's, like, Sensei was kind of there for them in a lot of cases, and, you know, like, her whole concept of a weapon, of, like her being used as a weapon, is that worldview is not something any of the rabbits can have, because they look, like, if you consider how Sensei has treated them and how they act around him, if somebody were to treat them like weapons, they wouldn't probably think that way. That's kind of the issue, where it's like, I don't think Rabbit Squad ever would. Whereas Fox Squad doesn't have the same, what is it? They don't have the same experiences that Rabbit did with Sensei, so there's no attachment. So I guess everything that they've been through, this is why Yukino has this mindset. So I think if they ever did get exposed to Sensei, and Sensei did do what Sensei normally does, Fox Squad's gonna probably 180. I don't know about Yukino, though. It might take a bit. Sensei was there for them. Fox, yeah. I don't know if Fox specifically dumped Shale, because I don't know if Sensei knows much about Fox Squad. If you ask someone to kill a person who saved their life, help them out this much, it was even their duty to... Yeah. They probably wouldn't do it. Exactly. Like, they'd be too compromised, at least in Yukino's point of view. A weapon has one purpose, and is useless if it can't perform it. Thanks for your hard work on this mission, Squad Leader Tsukiyuki. As of today, the Rabbit Squad is disbanded. You will all now be a part of Fox Squad. Disbanded? Oh, this song again. Our squad. Don't misunderstand. I'm not penalizing you for unsatisfactory performance. I value your leadership. We're just relieving you of the burdens you should never have had to shoulder. Let us bear the difficult work from here on out. But we want to help restore the SRT Academy. We never gave up. Yes, you've all worked hard. That, on top of your living situation, seemed to have worn your squad down. There is no longer a need to bear the responsibility of reviving SRT Academy. That responsibility was always ours. Yours has always been to be a weapon in our toolbox. That's not what we the Rabbit Squad. You have to decide. Will you step up and fulfill your duty as a sharpened blade? Or will you waver and fight for justice with your rusted edge? So she's acknowledging that that she's not doing justice. Interesting. She acknowledges that she's not doing this for justice anymore. She only sees herself as this kind of weapon now. It's kind of similar mindset to like what Sayote's group went through a little bit. But not entirely the same. It's a different, it's like a side, I wouldn't call it a side grade, but I don't know what to really think of it. But it's interesting to think of it this way, though. Oh. Hold on. We've got company. Who? How could they have found us? Sensei? You guys are at the... Ah, yeah, I figured it. I'm going to acknowledge this. Hey, hello, Fox Squad. I really enjoyed the Inazushi last time.
Nico. I expected Nico to do that.
Did you follow us from the park? I didn't notice we were being tailed. You guys were acting all weird, so I asked around and tracked you down.
Yeah. Like, when you consider that point too, Furukawa, that's actually a very good point. Because, like, Yukino and the whole Fox Squad is kind of Miyako's, like, idol. So this might be one of those situations where her like, view of them shatters. And she finds herself, like, it's kind of one of those things where it's like...
Oh gosh, what other character? There was another character that went through this, I just forget where.
But it's kind of like, one way I could look at it is like, it's the whole thing about shadows. Like, following the shadow is one thing, but when you realize that the people you're following in their shadows go down the wrong path, it becomes this question of, do you continue to follow the people that you hold close, or that you revere, I guess, or do you realize that it's no longer it's now time to no longer follow in shadows and make your own decisions? That's basically where Miyako has to go now.
Question: do you watching?
I will be. Yes. I thought Meta mentioned that I will be there. I don't know. It's okay. Oh, hey Meta. Speaking of which, see you in a bit, man. You made a post, I thought. I mentioned I might be. Oh, I guess maybe I might be there. I don't know if you said if I will, but I think you said it might. It's all right. No worries. You're good. Have a good one.
But this is our first meeting, Sensei. I've been wanting to thank you for your working and cleaning up the mess created by the Student Council President's sudden departure. On behalf of the SOT Academy, I would like to express my gratitude. Just doing my job.
I'm actually kind of curious how she's going to react to us being us. Like, if there's one person that absolutely needs to get exposed to Sensei, it's Yukino. I think the rest of them don't, because we've already seen the other three do question this a lot. Granted, they would still follow Yukino, but it is solely because on that merit alone. That's not necessarily, I don't think they exactly believe what they're doing is right. It doesn't necessarily make them good, though, because it's like the classic, I'm just following orders. Well, that doesn't excuse you from doing something horrible. That's probably the best way I could put that.
We'll fill your chat with poise tomorrow. Oh no.
But what I'm discussing with Squad Leader Tsukiyuki is internal SRT Academy business, so we'd appreciate it if you could leave this matter to us. I've heard that you are not one to underestimate a student's decision or authority. Or you are not one to undermine, sorry. Consider your authority the opposite of undermined. But I think you need to give Miyako some space. Understood. It seems you're the kind of adult students inherently trust and follow. It's your type that tends to be the most aggravating. I'm glad your situation hasn't dampened your spirit. This fight can wait until D-Day. It won't be long anyway. Fox Squad, stand down. Head back to HQ for the next mission. Squad Tsukiyuki, I've sent a location to your phone. Come find me there if you are able to see things the right way. Ah, yes, the person that thinks they're on the right side. Ah, I love that point of view, because 9 out of 10 times they're wrong. Because they have a very narrow-minded view of something, and it causes them to completely lose sight of the whole thing. And it's part of the reason there's the thing I always say. I've stolen this bit from that one, ironically, I stole it from a magic show. The now you see it things. The more you think you see, the less you really do. So the more you narrow down on your view point, the less you actually see and realize it's nuanced. Basically. But yeah, this is one of those cases where it's just like, well, nah. most cases, the people that say if you're on the right, like, it's kind of like the, what is it, the right side of history people. Nah. Nice movie, by the way. It's a pretty fun one. But it's like one of those, like, the people that say, like, the right side, you know, you're not on the right side of history, blah, blah, blah. They're generally the people that aren't on the right side in that case. But that's only because in most cases they usually say that, and then they've eventually reached the, are we the bad guys moment? I've seen too many movies where that's happened. Or not to mention other scenarios where people have said it. So yeah, generally when people say that kind of thing, say this kind of line, I generally assume they're not on the right side. Because that's usually what happens in story writing. Or at least in just situations as a whole. But things are nuanced, so who knows? That's why it's not always the guaranteed thing here. One day you'll understand. This is where she needs to, what is it? Stop following the shadow and start making her own shadow. Justice or meat, make your... No, it's not even justice, Leopold. Like, Yukino has already acknowledged that it's no longer justice. Because she says, do you choose to fight as a sharpened sword or continue down the path of justice with a dull blade? So that like those two sentences or those two bits basically tell me that she realizes she's not doing things with justice anymore. Anyway, this song. Back at the park, the Rabbit Squad filled me in on their discovery earlier in the day and the ensuing operation. So Fox Squad was behind the shale incident. We should have told you from the beginning. It's one thing for us to mess up, it's another thing for us to mess up to endanger you, Sensei. I guess we were kind of scared to tell you. It's okay, none of this is your fault. I mean, they wouldn't have known that the person that they were buying their weapons to, they'll feel bad, sure, you can feel guilty about something, but it's one of those cases like you wouldn't have known that this is what they were going to use that for. But we were totally clueless, just happily camping at the park. And you brought us all that expensive beef to thank us for something we caused. I don't think you guys specifically caused that. They have resources. I don't think that's necessarily how it was. And we're just poor homeless students. We can't even pay it back. We have offered to take you guys in. Like, I'm pretty sure Sensei has offered to take them in. Like, I'm pretty sure they have had options. Why wouldn't Fox have their own equipment like Rabbit does? Why are we assuming that they had to buy their stuff? Well, so that partially also could be, you know, they've used, like, Fox has been in a lot more operations than Rabbit has. So maybe Fox has used a lot more equipment and they're running low. Maybe they'll be able to make it, sure. I don't know if they'll be able to make their own equipment or not, but if Rabbit was selling it to away, Fox could have just taken it. So, I mean, even if they already had their own equipment, it wouldn't be bad to reduce the amount of that type of equipment that's available. So, in that sense, like, whether they were actually running low because they did a lot of operations or simply just because, you know, they don't want anyone else to have their hands on that stuff, it's hard. They said it was after they lost their stuff when the park got swamped. I mean, that's also something else, too. No one manufactures their hardware anymore. Yeah, so it's like, I guess at that point, it's either they make it themselves or they find other people who are selling it off. So, if they sold the gear, yeah, that would go to Fox, would definitely jeopardize on it. Kaiser probably. Yeah, but I don't think they... You know, they've already played up how all of their equipment is custom tooled for their needs. So, like, they have specifics, like, they're, like, everything they have on them is specific for them, for each student, or at least what the student needs. So, it's tailored to them. But they probably still have high quality, like,
items that they can use that are general purpose, like, you know, like a flashbang, smoke grenade, those kind of things. And maybe they're, you know, it's stuff that they know that they can rely on. You know, it's kind of like, let's say you use a specific make of a car, make and model of a car. So, and you've had like 3 or 4 different types of that car, just, you know, different years, because, you know, eventually they just wear down and you can't do anything with them. Ignoring like any financial situations here, you go to that make and model because it's something you rely on, or it's something you know that you're getting a decent car out of, or whatever. So maybe that's the case here, where it's like these goods are still, they're like, yeah, maybe they've been damaged from the rain or whatever, but they're still SRT goods. They're still stuff that they know they can rely on. So maybe that's why they would still buy it. Whether or not they were funded by the Defense Department or not. Another thing you have to also look at is you don't want people to get their hands on SRT equipment. Sure, it may be general purpose, but it's still stuff that's SRT related. It's still good. So it could be that, like, there's a lot of reasons they could have bought it. It's not, I wouldn't necessarily say it's just because, you know, they have their own equipment. Why should they? So anyway, the only thing we have to offer is expired bento. Please take it as thanks. No need, really. I'm perfectly fine without it. We'll make it right by finding out what they took from Xiao and retrieving it. But taking on Fox Squad won't be easy. We'll have to at least ascertain what it is they took at first. It's not something anyone's been missing, and it didn't look big in the footage. Expensive tuna cans? Teacher's under... Miyu? The idea of the seniors breaking into Shale armed to the teeth just to steal underwear is unnerving. We could worry about that later. I'd like to know more about the Fox Squad members. It slipped my mind that you wouldn't be familiar with them. To summarize, the Fox Squad's seniors in a nutshell. They're Kivotos' elite. Elite forces with the combat capabilities of SRT are a dime a dozen, but when it comes to special ops, they're insurmountable. They're trained to handle any situation in any kind of environment. Their skills go way beyond just combat. They were the ideal. They were the unit that not only meant, but embodied all that was expected of SRT agents. For example, the Fox Squad's deputy leader, Nico. She's the squad mom, you know? Yeah, she definitely would be the squad mom. Her capacity for acceptance and patience are unmatched, and I know because I definitely tested it. She used to pack in our sushi lunches for... yeah, squad mom, alright. Nico was everyone's rock. Other squads would come to her for advice all the time. Nico helped me a lot when I was new. She's not just nice, though. No matter how hopeless an operation is, Nico never panics. Her ability to stay calm and evaluate a situation is invaluable. They say she's never lost count of the ammo or supplies the squad's used in an operation, even with all those messy battles under her belt. In that sense, Moe, you could take a cue from Nico. Don't deny that you find something exhilarating about emptying the entire magazine once in a while, too. I mean, for explosives, yeah, you probably would do that. Then there was Kurumi, the Fox Squad's resident grump and point woman. Resident grump. Well, being on the front lines all the time makes you a little high-strung, you know? You can't let your guard down even for a second. It could mean life or death for the whole squad. And Kurumi's real power shines in her quick, flexible responses to this unexpected. She's unflappable through every ambush and attack. The way she can analyze her terrain and use it to her advantage under pressure is really impressive. I've actually heard of that about her too. When her gun malfunctioned smack in the middle of an enemy territory, she didn't waste a second. She turned it around and used it as a blunt force weapon. Oh no, she just stole the enemies. Okay. No, she just grabbed the nearest enemy's weapon and started breaking through them with her own firepower.
No, I would have honestly found it more funny if she just said, "Now, you think just because the gun doesn't fire, it don't work." Turns it 90 degrees, puts it in one hand, proceeds to slap your face in with it. Guns can have more than one purpose. You can use them as blunt force objects. I've done it before in a VR game. Anyway. Oh, the butt of a rifle is designed to take a lot of shock. I mean, sure. If it were up... I forget where specifically this was. I think it was in... Was it Horseshoes? No, I don't remember. I think it was Horseshoes. Basically, I had like that one of those like old rocket launchers that's just a long tube. And I fired it down a hallway, blew up a whole bunch of people, and this one dude survived and started running or walking his way straight for me. I had run out of ammo because I forgot to duplicate the rocket, like an absolute idiot. Couldn't get my other gun, grab the gun off the belt that I had. And I think the one I did, I dropped, and I didn't have enough time to react, so I just basically turned it into a baseball bat. I turned this World War II rocket launcher into like a baseball bat and just started beating the thing with it. I was like, all right, whatever. The pointed stick is the ultimate weapon. It can never jam. Yeah, but it can get dull. Bazooka, yeah. It's just funny. You can do some stupid things sometimes. Probably would have helped if I cloned the if I had allowed myself to duplicate the rocket though. Anyway. If it were up to me, I probably would have followed my field manual and tried to fix it, but I couldn't have turned it around like she did. I'm way more book smart than street smart, so I can't help but admire adaptability in other people. Now, Toge, the sniper in the Fox Squad. Are these characters in CN yet, or are they still not there yet? Because like most of the actual like named characters, it was a VR game. Like most of the characters I know that are like known like this usually they're either an NPC. What do they call it? NPC hell? Is that what you guys called it last time? NPC jail. Close enough. So they're all still NPC jail. Okay. I'm actually kind of wondering how this story is going to end with them then. CN absolutely not. They're on. Wait, CN's behind Global. Wait, what? Wait, so where's the reference for this? Is this the JP? Wait, I'm sorry. Where did this game first release then? Was it JP first, then CN, or Global, then CN? Is that how it released? So it's JP. So JP first, then Global, then CN. That's interesting. Is that really how this game released? Wow. Weird. I feel like they would have kept... Well, okay, I guess Chinese censorship, there's probably a whole bunch of redesigns they had to do on characters. I imagine, Wait, didn't some of you say something about, like, Azuna and Karin getting, like, nerfed or something because of CN? That makes a lot more sense if that's the reason why. They had to do a bunch of character redesigns. Has fully voiced story, though. Ooh, that's interesting. Assuming we need to talk about your... Oh, I see. Yeah, sounds like there was a whole bunch of Amy and Akko got nerfed. Nerfed in what I'm assuming either their dresses were changed or just like what did they do? Just did they what was the character in Genshin that got nerfed? She was the ice spear girl. I forget her name because it's been so long since I've played Genshin. Chest side, probably. Yeah, probably. Rosaria. Yeah, Rosaria. So it's the Rosaria treatment. Okay. That is a big oof, though. Her belly button wasn't. Wait, what? Wait, what? What? How do you nerf? Never mind. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Anyway, I didn't get to talk to her much, but I've never met a sniper like her before. You're right in that assessment. She definitely isn't your usual lone wolf sniper who prefers to be hidden away. Togi's got this natural charisma that really commands a room. That spotlight seemed to follow her at SRT. I've never met a sniper with a presence like hers. She is pretty weird in that sense. Normally you want your snipers quiet and visible so they can hit their mark unnoticed, but when a Togi enters the field, you know. I had to go against her in a training duel once, and it was so hard. I was totally on edge, not knowing where her bullets would come from next, but knowing she was there. Well, I mean, no, that's it. That, like, snipers can be that way too. Like, yeah, your guys are probably more accustomed to like the assassin type sniper. But this is like this exact fear is extremely common, and it's actually so common. Like, I only point out to is TF2 Highlander. Like, if you're playing TF2 Highlander, the biggest, most notorious enemy on the opposite team that you have to deal with is not spy, it's sniper. I know this because I had to constantly deal with it as our team's sniper. When you have a good sniper on any in a lot of games will completely change they have a presence, and it is a very like what happens is the other team has to acknowledge it. It is one of those situations where a good sniper will have a presence and you will not necessarily know where they are. So this is very common. Is a balanced monstrosity. It's balanced in the sense that it's a skill gap. Like a good sniper, if you have a good sniper, it is a very terrifying menace. But in a lot of cases, it takes a while to get to that point. You have to stay calm and collected. You have to understand your shots, know how to handle situations when things go south and enemies close the distance on you. And in a lot of cases, unfortunately, you have to accept that when that happens, you're going to lose. So like TF2 Sniper, I don't understand why people are saying it's unbalanced. Personally, I think that's not true at all, but that's coming from a guy who mains it. But yeah, like a good sniper, like, yeah, sure, they have the advantage of this, but when it's this kind of situation, they take control of a battlefield. You cannot peek, you cannot, like, you have to acknowledge the sightlines and realize that any attempt to push through there is pretty much suicide. Unless you can deal with it. Like, if there is a way for you to deal with it, so you're like, I don't know, some kind of a way to not have to worry about the bullets, be it like a shield or something, then you have to realize that's not a good idea. So it's like, this is not I wouldn't say this is a weird thing. This is the other side of sniper that actually is extremely advantageous. It's presence versus actual damage. Well, no, I mean presence, yeah, sure, but like if your sniper's still good, I mean, there's gotta be problems if they even if they were to try to push those sightlines. Being able to quick scope and one hit kill light classes in close quarters, kind of, that's just sheer luck. You can't do much about that. A lot of cases. Like, when one of the things I had to do when I was practicing a bit is, well, actually, here's a really good thing I like to do. So, one of the ways I practiced was actually loading up a local game of MVM. And what I would do is practice a lot of scenarios because there was a lot of robots and I could easily shoot them. So, it was from MVM that I started trying to figure out pathing, how to predict pathing to a degree, where I should roughly rest where my dot should be. In PvP, though, I learned a lot more things like hiding your dot so people don't realize you're there. But one of the things I had to practice a lot, and it hurt at first because, I mean, MVM, if you don't have resistances, it sucks. I would stay relatively close and try to get to those situations where I could practice aims. So sometimes there's a difference between like quick scoping or just quickly, firing, hitting a body shot and then switching to your sidearm to try to finish off. Like, there's a lot of things that you can do for that. Now, the head hitbox, that's just luck. A lot of cases it is. Otherwise, they kind of knew you were there in the first place, but at that point, that depends on the circumstance. But in most cases, it's sheerly luck. But you could say the same thing to a degree about spies in a lot of cases, too, at that point. Like, that's kind of where it is. It's just a hit scan. It's just luck with a hit scan. But usually most snipers aren't going to try that out, though. Like, if you've managed to close the distance on a sniper, they might try to body shot you, then switch to one of their secondaries or get away. Or try to, realize they can't get away and try to do as much damage to you as possible before you take them down. Because the last thing they want to do is, leave you at full health and let you push your team. Throw Girardi and run. Nah, Girardi, I don't use Girardi. I never do. I never like it. Like, I'm more, like, the way I usually play TF2 is I'd be standard sniper. If I was on offense, I'm standard sniper. If I'm on defense, I'm Bizarre Bargain. Almost always I used SMG. The only time I didn't use SMG was back in the old days before they fixed this item, and somebody was using Darwin Danger Shield, because it forced me to use Darwin's Danger Shield. That was one of the weapons that kind of forced you into using it because the other guy on the other team was using it. It's the same thing with the Vitasol. Because the Vitasol completely changed everybody's approach to it when it came to competitive. This sounds interesting, but I have no idea what's going on. It's TF2 talk. Yeah, I'm glad they completely redid Darwin's Danger Shield. Anytime I would fight against a person in public lobbies and they'd switch to that before the change, I was like, man, that's just disrespectful. All I would have to do is just basically charge the shot and then shoot them. But it's one of those things where it's like, you're not, it's basically, you wear the item, when you're wearing the item against another sniper, I know I can't win it with you, but I'm going to try to do this so I can win against you. So, but it created the unfortunate circumstance in competitive where if one side uses it, it puts the other side at a disadvantage to not use it. So when you actually look at a lot of changes that TF2 does, it's a lot of times based in the competitive scene. It's actually really cool. So I'm off. It's super late for me. See you. All right, see you, Spooka. Have a good one. Competitive TF2 was completely different in public. Oh yeah, it absolutely is. Oh, if you want a very good example of how different the two environments are, heavy. Competitive heavy versus pub heavy is so dramatically different. Especially if it's a good heavy. Like, a good heavy in competitive, it's not going to make as much difference as it would in public. Like, a good public heavy is terrifying. Because those guys are generally the ones that are somehow going to have at least one or two people around them at all times, usually a medic, and they're probably on a 25 kill streak somehow. Because heavy is super punishing in good hands in public. In competitive, it's a lot harder because that team understands your presence is danger and they have to take you out because you're like one of the bigger targets. And I don't mean that because he's fat. I mean that because he actually is a pretty nasty target if you let him do what he does. Only 25, that's some bit. Well, it's also because everyone else is playing spy and you can't find them half the time. Spawn, you have to understand. when there's a good pub heavy, the most common thing to see on the other team is everyone starts going spy for some reason, and half the time you can't find them because your other teammates managed to kill them because they're incompetent.
I don't know. That's just how it is. Anyway, this is a tangent and a half, but yes, in certain games, this mindset where you, this is not an unusual thing. So maybe from a gaming perspective, this makes a lot more sense. Actually, I think I would imagine in real life this would be a situation too, because it's like, as soon as the other faction realizes that there's a sniper in play, they have to approach things differently. Because things get a lot more scary. I mean, I think there's a handful of movies that actually portray sniper scenes pretty well. I think, oh, what was that one called? Hacksaw Ridge? Hacksaw Ridge does a pretty good job with that one, because it's like they're basically there's the scene with just the two of them doing having to deal with them, and they had to lure them out to figure it out. Some games do it pretty well too. I think World at War had a good scene with it too. But yeah, anyway. And good coordination is really important, so your teammates can benefit from any intel you gather. Compared to her, I mean, sometimes even my own teammates forget I exist. That was one time, and it wasn't your fault at all. She's right, the idiot who didn't realize we were missing a member is to blame. It's not that hard to keep track of 3 people. Shut up, it wasn't like that at all. Was that the one time where she was in charge? Then there's Yukino, the Fox Squad's leader. AKA Little Miss Perfect, and like actually perfect, not like when I'm making fun of Saki. It's true though, Yukino's unmatched. She manages and directs the squad's movements down to the second. That squad trusts her more than they trust themselves. If she told them to jump off a plane with no parachute, they would do it with complete faith they'd be okay. Dang. That was certainly a favorable evaluation. Yes, those seniors were our wildest dreams. We aspired to be them, I'm assuming. They were our role models. Anything our Rapid Squad could accomplish, it's not just that the Fox Squad could do it too, they would do it better, faster, and more efficiently and smarter. You'd be surprised how perfect people actually are. Yeah? And Miyako? Rapid Squad is not replaceable. Do you think so? It's hard not to think that way, I suppose. Because the Yukino in my memory, the way she glowed on the TV screen, that doesn't matter. She seemed different. Older? Mature? She does seem a bit jaded, as if something rubbed her the wrong way. Or she had something happen to her that's put her down this pathway. Maybe she grew up while she was gone. Maybe somewhere I couldn't go. There's so much I don't understand. Maybe they were right. If we still haven't grown through all this, maybe it is time to throw in the towel, follow orders, and let people smarter and better than us shoulder all these responsibilities. What would the 3 of you want to do? Even if you ask us, it's just really overwhelming. What is that sound? Is it the emergency broadcast from the General Student Council? Do you think it's related to the recent attack? All citizens of Kivotos, this is a critical announcement. In a few moments, we will deliver an urgent statement on behalf of the Kivotos General Student Council. We urge all residents to tune into the official General Student Council channel or the Kronos channel to hear this pressing message. The General Student Council's official channel? Where's my phone? There's a much, much bigger screen you can use instead. Look up. Is that a video on the side of an airship? Oh, is this Kaya doing stuff now? Yep, Kaya doing stuff now. Greetings, citizens of Alright. Greetings, citizens of Kivotos. I'm Shiranui Kaya, the head of the Kivotos General Student Council's Defense Office. I'm sorry for addressing you all so unexpectedly today, but it is an urgent matter. In recent times, our city has faced numerous crises. A mysterious structure descended from the sky, paralyzing our city and causing extensive damage not only to the DU, but also to every academy district. Unfortunately, as the General Student Council, we failed to effectively respond to this monumental crisis and provide a resolution. Instead, we relied on decisions made by Shale and the individual districts to mitigate the damages. This was due to the absence of Nanagami Rin, the acting General Student Council president, during the time of the incident. This has resulted in her relinquishing her responsibilities. Criticism regarding her failure to fulfill her duties as acting General Student Council president has persisted, even with the Board of Administration. Finally, today, a vote of no confidence in Chief Officer Nanagami has passed. I, Kaya Shiranui, have been duly sworn in as the new acting General Student Council president. This is what she wants. What? A new acting General Student Council president? This transition is not a matter we take lightly. We acknowledge that many of you are likely concerned about this sudden change in the General Student Council's leadership. Nevertheless, we are committed to restoring normalcy in Kivotos and seek your support for the new Board of Administration that we established. And lastly, Shale is to be disbanded. I'm sure you're watching this broadcast from somewhere right now. For the sake of the future of Kivotos and Shale, please abide by my request, Sensei. As soon as this broadcast is over, we request your presence in the General Student Council's reception room. All members of the General Student Council eagerly anticipate your visit. Thank you, and farewell. I look forward to Kivotos' future. What exactly is going on here? The General Student Council is in crisis. This sounds like they're just one. Yeah, this is another coup. Yep. It's pretty much what I expected out of this. I'm just gonna walk in there with Rabbit, or what? A few hours earlier, the Kivotos General Student Council conference room. Next item on the agenda is determine the level of punishment for the Kaiser Corporation and its executives for exploiting a disaster to spark a civil war and seize the authority of the General Student Council. Normally, this would have been a top priority for General Student Council and the Board of Administration once they were back in session. However, due to the destruction of many of DU's communications and logistics facilities during the recent events, discussions on this matter have been postponed while we will prioritize the restoration of DU for the safety and well-being of our citizens. Thank you for the clarification. As you mentioned, the Kaiser Corporation led a group of private soldiers in an attempt to seize control of the Sanctum Tower and use the ancient weapon they had unearthed. Although we managed to prevent the situation from escalating with the help of Shale Sensei and the student council members from various districts, it's essential to recognize the potential consequences. If we had failed to stop them, not only would the General Student Council have collapsed, but Kivotos itself would be in grave danger. This entire attempt was only possible because the Kaiser Corporation is a mega corporation with influence in everything from defense to logistics. To ensure that such an incident is never repeated, I believe it's crucial to impose the most severe punishment on the Kaiser Corporation and its executives. Logical. Plus, they've also done so much stuff already. Wait a minute. While it is true that the Kaiser Corporation used private soldiers to forcefully take over the General Student Council, we can hardly ignore the fact that Chief Officer Rin's unilateral activation of the Emergency Response Committee just before the incident caused chaos within the Council. But the reason we weren't present that day was due to the motion to censor Rin. And they ignore that. Moreover, there are reports suggesting that Chief Officer Rin was seen riding in one of the ancient weapons unearthed by the Kaiser Corporation. In fact, isn't it possible that Chief Officer Rin was somehow involved with the Kaiser Corporation in this matter? That's quite a that is a jump. Holy crap. I understand that there might be suspicions surrounding this case, but let's remember that there are established procedures and protocols for handling such matters. If a resolution of accountability is passed and an investigation into the Kaiser Corporation is initiated, you can count on me to fully cooperate with the investigation. Hey, oh wait, you're new. Hane, how many hours has this meeting been going on? Did we miss lunch already? It's been 8 hours, 32 minutes, 15 seconds since we began. Yeah, it would make sense she would be this accurate. But we still have 3 more items on the agenda, so just eat your onigiri. Endurance meetings like this are fairly typical for the Board of Administration, aren't they? Onigiri? What onigiri? Hey, Oi, you didn't give me any onigiri. Wasn't it Ren who gave Shale Sensei the extrajudicial powers in the first place? Even though it was in a memo from the General Student Council President, we couldn't even verify if the memo was authentic. We have been through this. The memo is undoubtedly from the General Student Council President. If necessary, we can confirm its authenticity through handwriting analysis. Chief Officer, this is besides the point.
These people are just, yeah, okay. I see what they're doing. And that makes sense. They're also trying to, yeah, gosh, this is so underhanded. Ugh. There are established procedures for everything. Ignoring the decisions of the Board of Administration, even if you're the acting General Student Council President, is unacceptable. I have always followed the rules and procedures. Yeah, they're not, okay, whatever. Exactly as written out, but... See hand and Eden treaty in a CG and her hand is cast. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, there's even more. I don't remember these two, if we've even seen them. Hey, Sumomo, did you get onigiri? I'm too sleepy to eat right now. No, not for you. I'm trying to ask if you took my share of onigiri. That face, though, was hilarious. Kaiser Corporation is a major player in Kivotos, and if they go under, it would be a catastrophe worse than the tower incident. With Kaiser Industries, Kaiser Construction, and Kaiser Convenience all going bankrupt, unemployment would skyrocket. Who will take responsibility for that, Chief Officer? Given the influence of Kaiser Corporation, I believe a fine to assist with cleanup and restoration will suffice. Hey, Momoko, are you hungry? You're not getting any of my Tarko flavored chips, no matter how much you beg, so don't even try it. Go get some onigiri or something. Just don't touch my chips. I'm not trying to tell you I'm trying to tell you that I never got any onigiri. This poor girl. Looks like someone was bribed. No, I just think they all have an ulterior motive here, and it makes sense. This is the coup. This is what Kaya wants. I mean, they're reducing the number of available members to people that are more in favor of Kaya than Rin. So they're going to take advantage of this to usurp Rin. So they can take control. You could argue this is party politics. If you really wanted to. Granted, I don't necessarily know how much people like that kind of stuff, but hey, it is what it is. It's a part of the political sphere. Anyway, I don't believe further discussion will be productive at this time. Chief Officer, I think everyone will benefit from some fresh air. Let's adjourn for today and reconvene later. Understood. Since it's getting late, we'll close the meeting and resume tomorrow. Meanwhile, Hane, yes, I can eat food. Thank you, everyone. Hane's like, yes, I can eat food. Cut to a scene where Hane has destroyed a vending machine and is eating everything out of the vending machine. Kaya people, they're all bribed. Probably. I mean, if not, they all have that same purpose. I don't know. This one reeks of, I'm very evil, and I'm as a villain myself, I could say, oh, I see. Whatever. Remember, Rin supporters are out of action thanks to FOX Squad. Yes, exactly. It's very underhanded. Anyway, whew. I thought I was prepared for how difficult that was going to be. Thank you for your work, Chief Officer. Ah, Chief of Defense. Thank you. You as well. Was there anything the matter? How are you doing? I just wanted to stop by and let you know that I think you killed it. You flatter me. I thought this before, but they're totally out of line. Practically all they use their mouths for are to gossip about you or talk about themselves. Kaya, shut up. Granted, Rin doesn't know this, so this is what it is. Kaya definitely Kaya is playing the character that's going to be a friend with you, but the moment you have something good in your life happen, they decide to backstab you. Because they want to watch you, they want to bring you to ruin. Anyway, being a leader and having to make decisions based on so many differing opinions isn't easy. I can't blame them, though. I'm responsible for this situation, too. I just have to be patient and convince them one by one. But do you really need to, though? You're just the Chief Officer of General Management, but you're also the Acting General Student Council President. You could make things so much easier for yourself by using your authority to make the other chairs say, yeah, that's not a good thing. This is kind of Welcome to, well, what was it Plato that mentioned this in the Republic, where he was basically saying governments degrade into stuff? Like the concept of a kingship as nice as it is degrades into a dictatorship or that kind of stuff. That's basically what this is. Like people, this is absolute power corrupts absolutely right here. But authority, it's like a double-edged sword, Chief of Defense. It might seem like a quick fix, but its value dwindles the more you rely on it. Yeah, not to mention it also, it's not something you should use. I can't use my authority to suppress others' voices just because they disagree with me. Honestly, I'm not even sure about myself. As I suspected, you might not be cut out for the whole president thing. Oh, literally does pull gun. What are you saying, Chief of Defense? Ren, truly, I never liked you. You're nothing like the president, but you always had her favor. And look at you. Even after she's gone, you're still trying to do right by her. You're the president, and you're still listening to everyone around you and harping about procedures. Your maddening centrist approach won't solve anything. Yes, but it's the centrist approach that generally tends to handle most things. Extremism never works. It's blind to what might be when the answer is on the opposite side. It sounds so backstabby. Well, yeah, I mean it is. The smile. Yeah. Coyote's advanced correction. Maybe she'll get that in due time, who knows. Kyoto's can only be fixed by a superhuman. Chief Kaya, the General Student Council president is missing, and her seat is vacant. My role as the chief officer is to protect and preserve that seat during her absence. Oh, is that so? Funnily enough, I stumbled upon something interesting in Shale's basement during the recent incident. Ah, that's what they got. A secret letter from the General Student Council president that has never been made public. A secret letter? According to the letter, the president wanted the chief of defense to take charge in the event of an emergency, not the chief officer. In other words, the person who should have been the acting president during her absence was never Nanagami. I always do that. I'm switching these two. Nanagami Rin. It was always intended to be Shiranui Kaya. What nonsense are you saying right now? Now then, why was a letter of such important message secretly hidden in the Shale's basement? Yes, hidden in Shale's basement, in a building, coincidentally enough, that only Chief Officer Nanagami Rin had access to when the General Student Council president disappeared. And to further the coincidences, is it not you, Chief Officer Rin, who has the most to gain by the concealment of this document? This is ridiculous. Do you really think people would just believe the letter's authenticity without proof? I'll have a handwritten appraisal done, as well as an analysis of the signature. That should be no problem if the General Student Council wrote the letter. Certainly, verifying the document's authenticity is crucial, just like the note found in the President's office. I would consider your current standing in the Council. How many members do you think will believe you, Kaya, you... Chief Officer Nanagami Rin, you are under emergency arrest for concealing official documents and abusing authority. Pursuant to Article 78 of the General Student Council's Executive Regulation, I can't read, your duties as acting General Student Council President are automatically suspended until the investigation concludes. But in the interim, I suppose we'll need a new acting president. So now won't we? You planned this from this very start. If the president returns, she won't forgive you for this. And if she does return, I'll look forward to seeing her reaction to your absolute failure in her absence. Now, please respectfully escort the chief officer to her dormitory. Place her under 24-hour house arrest and surveillance. Yes, ma'am. And once again, the General Student Council is hostile. I'm assuming her next choice is to subdue Shale, because she knows the effectiveness of Shale. Director of Human Resources, how are things with the protest around the General Student Council building? I was actually just about to reach out to you about that. We've assembled many students to protest the Transportation Office and Regulatory Committee's weak response to the many incidents at public facilities recently. I thought I would need to hire them, but they surprisingly just volunteered. Maybe it's because they were our students, but they seem very excited talking about transportation technology or something.
Of course, none of this would have been possible without your intel, Chief of Defense. There was a lot of information that would have been hard to grasp unless you were there. I was curious how you gathered all this data.
Yeah, this theme does go pretty hard. It's pretty nice, actually.
Will this insipid curiosity of yours help you complete your task in any way? Oh, no, I didn't mean to pry. Anyway, to report, angry students are protesting in front of the building, so even if you're a neutral board member not interested in factionalism, it won't look good for Chief Officer Rim.
Yup.
I'm sure most would be in favor if we held a vote of no confidence. Great. Good job, and stay vigilant in managing the protesters.
Yeah, you can see how she's doing.
Hayne, what about the letters you were supposed to send to the sports federations? I sent it right...
What is this face? Okay, Hayne's funny because she just has all these various faces.
Just like you asked. Well, not exactly right away. I was so hungry after the meeting that I stopped by the kitchen to grab a bite to eat. You don't need to report every little thing like that. So, how is the sport industry reacting? They usually take a pretty hard line against cheating and manipulation, so everyone was pretty disappointed to hear that the Chief Officer Ren had falsified official documents for her own gain.
Wait, what?
Is it true that the Fox Squad that raided the General Student Council the other day was also funded by Chief Officer Ren? It seems that they were in a rush to shut down the...
Oh, this is an information... what do they call this? Fourth generational warfare? It seems like they're manipulating a lot of information for people. I don't think it's necessarily that they were bribed. It seems so. Yeah, this is information warfare. Fourth generation right now. So there's the concept of like the warfare generations, and the most recent, the current one I think is fourth generational, which is basically information warfare. It's basically the idea that you don't necessarily need to fight a person if you can utilize information against them in a way to spread public dissent, turn people against other people who in reality, you can use lies and a whole bunch of other things to convince people that somebody is bad when they really aren't. And since Hayne's asking this question, that's making me think that she's been left out of the actual loop of what's really going on and that Kaya's doing a whole bunch of stuff. Fifth is cyber attacks. I think it is. I think fourth is informational. I think fifth is cyber. Fourth generation warfare simulates warfare in the 21st century, including espionage, international politics, cyber warfare, media manipulation, and trade wars. So I guess technically, hacking and that stuff is cyber warfare. So I guess it is fourth generational. Is there a fifth? I don't think there's a fifth. Oh no, it is fifth. Okay, wait, what's the difference between... Because media manipulation would be information manipulation too. So I guess it is fourth and fifth. Never mind. It's fifth. So cyber attacks is fourth. Fifth is informational warfare. So it's basically like this concept of like utilizing information, whether it be true or not, and you can do things that are technically the truth, but they're misconstrued in a way that's misleading that makes people draw as references. So you can like, a good example of this, let me give you guys a good idea of this, so maybe this will be something you can be aware of. Let's say that, I don't know, what's a good way to put this? Oh gosh, I'm trying to figure out how to put this. Here, hold on, how can I do this hypothetical that makes sense? Here's a good way to do it. Okay. So let's say person A has accused person B of a really, really serious crime. Now, at the time,
All they did is said that they are accusing them of that and simply stating, basically giving out accusations, but not giving any proof at the time. They have it, but they're not presenting it. So a good way to look at it would be, I don't really know what a good way for what real life situation would work for this, but they're saying, hey, you did this, it's a horrible thing, you did this, I have proof, it's all here, but I'll show it all later, because right now I'm just trying to say I'm going to look into this. And what somebody can take from that is basically say, person A accuses person B of crime, or no, actually they probably, let's say it's a media person, so person A accuses without evidence person B of a crime. So while that is technically correct, they did not present evidence at the time of the accusation. They do have evidence. They just didn't present it. But because people are going to read that, they're going to see, oh, well, they're making it a baseless accusation. And that's part of that. It's a manipulation kind of ordeal. Is cancel culture included? I wouldn't say cancel culture is that. Well, it could be, I guess. That's kind of more of like social ostracization, that kind of stuff. Which can be influenced by that kind of thing. I mean, I don't know any good examples. Most of the ones that I can think of backfired. But all I'm hearing is everything your mainstream corporate media does. Yeah. It's why media... Oh gosh, what is media trust right now? What even is the trust in media right now? Please don't actually play anything. Oh no, it's a video. Yeah. Looks like the highest I'm seeing. It looks like general trust in media is at best 40%. The lowest it can be looks to be sub 20. Ironically, out of all of our news channels in the U.S., the only one with a majority trust is the Weather Channel. Which is really funny. Wow, this is actually really weird to see. Do they have data on party affiliate? Yeah, well, this thing from YouGov shows each site and they like, I don't know how to describe this. This thing shows every site and then like the two parties in the U.S. and where they put their like trust percentage at. So like a good example of this would be like CNN, which is known to be like a left-wing news source. So in that case, CNN is looks like it's got a 67% trust rating among Democrats and a 12 among Republicans. And it's flipped on Fox, which makes sense. Fox is the inverse of CNN. I mean, they're both kind of there. They're not the neutrals. Actually, Breitbart's on here. That's hilarious. Huh. Yeah, none of the the standard, the median
for trust, the best one at 40, the best one that's not Weather Channel is the public broadcasting service at 40. Anyway, that's a tangent. What I was trying to say basically is that it feels like this is going into that generation of warfare where they're using information to manipulate a bunch of people. Haynes seems like somebody who is not in the loop of what Kaya is trying to do, and that's why this question is being asked. Fox's controlled opposition. I don't usually pay attention that much to that kind of stuff. I don't really watch either of them anyway. I think the only thing I've ever really listened to Fox for was like business related stuff, which was completely like disjoint from like the political atmosphere. But yeah, anyway, the point is where this kind of seems like that informational warfare stuff. That's what that is. So hopefully that makes sense. Sorry for the tangent. Of course, if that's all, I'm going to hang. Oh, by the way, those foxes can really give it to you, huh? They put me in a reverse key lock as soon as I grabbed their shoulders. I bet they got training in martial arts submissions at SRT too. Kaya's just like, what? I should have tapped out then. My shoulder might never recover from that last attack. Hayne, I feel so bad for Hayne. Yeah, wait, but this is really important. I was supposed to get an onigiri earlier, and I want to know who... F in the chat for Hayne. I didn't know anything about her until this particular scene, and the only thing I'm just seeing is her just taking L's. She's taking so many L's. Poor Hayne. Girl's sitting here like, look, I know there's the whole bunch of like super serious stuff, but I didn't get lunch earlier. I'm kind of hungry. At least I could put our concerns about the no confidence votes to rest. And lastly... Protocol team. Yes, I need you to draft an emergency statement right away. Also, reach out to the Kronos channel in the municipal stations. It'll take time to set up the cameras. The no confidence vote shouldn't take long. The outcome is already set. Yes, please help us stay on track. And we'll be welcoming a very special guest soon, so please be prepared. Our guest name is... Sensei. Oh gosh, that CG screen. Should have broken arm in Volume 3, so now we know why. Ah, that does make a bit more sense. I went straight to the General Student Council building after hearing Kaya's broadcast. Sensei! Oh dear, we're in a tight spot. the chief officer is... Calm down, Ayumu, what happened? Rin has been arrested. She's been accused of forging the General Student Council president's letter for her own gain and ordering acts of terrorism against fellow officers. The letter the president left when she disappeared? How? It's all just a horrible misunderstanding. No misunderstanding, they framed her, 100%. If our high-minded senior had been someone who was capable of considering any kind of self-interest or preservation, the General Student Council would have never recovered and continued the run the way it did. Yeah. But alas, too preoccupied with doing the right thing, she fell for their blatant schemes. How are you both? Are you okay? Momoko just gives it to us straight. Ayuma's panicking. But, I mean, Ayuma's also adorable. She's kind of like the something happens, Momoko's just like, I'm just gonna eat my chips, and Ayuma's just like, panic. Momoka is more reliable, but Ayuma is one of those characters you're just gonna be like, okay, no, it's okay. It's no, calm down. It's okay. It's okay. Poor girl. And the no confidence vote. Defense Chief Kaya's supporters were almost overwhelmingly loud. Those who argued for Rin's innocence were drowned out by the prevailing sentiment and ousted from the proceedings. I've always complained about work, but I never thought I'd see the day when I'd skip it like this. You're here, Sensei. The new acting General Student Council President is waiting for you. Right this way. I'd think twice if I were you, Sensei. They're pretty blatantly setting a trap and asking you to walk into it. Going there would be pretty dumb, don't you think? You're gonna get crushed like a potato chip. I'll manage one way or another. Just stay safe until I get back, Momoka Ayuma. Your lucky blind positivity is your best trait. Also, oof. A slacker like me can't help you if you really want to go in there. So be careful. Please take care of yourself, Sensei. Follow me. This is absolutely a trap. Because you could argue this was like, what I feel like she's gonna do is she's gonna say that the letter was hidden. That a letter was hidden that should have allowed her to be in power and not Rin, and that it was hidden in Shale's basement, which means that both Rin and Shale and us conspired to allow Rin in power. That's a very likely possibility here. If it's the way I'm thinking that it's going to be. I'm sorry, the General Student Council's mess has caused so much inconvenience. Normally, we would have had someone greet you formally, but I heard you were out earlier. Given the circumstances, I felt it necessary to call on you directly. I do apologize it was such a public medium. You didn't have any urgent plans, did you? Anything special planned? Just some errands to take care of. Beyond that, what happened to Rin? Chief Officer Rin is currently under detention in the student dorms. I'm sure that letter is fully smudged and was written very badly so they cannot show it. That could be a very good argument, yeah. Look, you didn't have a stream notification. No, now I need to watch from the beginning. Oh, I'm sorry! I usually post on... Oh, you're probably not on Discord, that's fine. If I'm not on Discord, sometimes I post to Twitter, though I honestly half the time forget, or I guess X now. I sometimes forget to do it half the time because I try to stay off social media more often than not. Social media is kind of a weird place. Their plan's not going to go with the others. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not going to, especially if they decide to insinuate anything about Sensei, considering how nice he has been to everybody else. There's no, like, the shoe doesn't fit, if that makes sense. All the other schools know Sensei well enough. I don't think that they would see this from him. Because he would have acted very differently, like, we would have acted very differently in Chapter F. If that was our ultimate goal in the end. I don't know. I've stepped in as acting president of the General Student Council, following the Student Council President's recently discovered letter. I'm looking forward to working even more closely with you, Sensei. Yeah, you're not. Baza, where did this supposed letter come from, Kaya? It was found in the school's basement. We stored... You said school's basement here. You didn't say Shale's basement. You said school basement. We store some of the president's old belongings and projects, like the crafting room in there. I can't completely... Unless that's supposed to also be Shale. I don't know. I can completely understand how this could have happened during the transfer of authority in Shale's... Okay, never mind. Even someone like Rin could make mistakes. And did you orchestrate this unauthorized search of the basement? I suppose I can't deny that at this point. Once the coup threw DU into chaos, I secretly had someone retrieve any of the president's belongings still in the basement. It just seems so strange to me, the thought of a superhuman like the General Student Council President disappearing and leaving Ren of all people to fill her shoes. I thought maybe there was something we, the ordinary students, weren't getting, some great plan. But it was thanks to this unauthorized search that I finally uncovered the General Student Council President's true intentions.
I know I overstepped, but I mean, it's fruit from the poisonous tree, but sure. But the ends justify the means. You're starting to get it. Sometimes rules and processes impede justice. The people in power aren't superhumans. Their laws are weak, full of holes, and pests will always come crawling out of the woodwork to find and exploit their flimsy systems. One needs heavy boots to crush those pests, Sensei. Kaiser might have gotten a little overzealous during their occupation of Shale, but that doesn't mean their power is a lie. The opposite, actually. Wielding Wielding authority properly, as it was intended, happens to be a natural part of the job as chief of defense. Yeah, okay, no. There's a good reason why there is the common trope that those that are best in the position of power. So those that are best in the position of power are those that don't want it. That's pretty much what, like, a very common thing is the people who deserve to be in power are those that don't want it. Those that do want it should deserve it the least. I think AL translators got fired and BA picked them up. No, this wasn't that bad. They haven't been anywhere near as bad. Like, they'll have a typo every now and then, or they'll leave out a word. That's okay. That happens. Ozerlane, like, translation issues turn into, let's make up something completely different and add something in, or say something that doesn't make any sense if you're like lore aware. I don't know. I'm not bashing AL like that horribly for it. I mean, it's part of it's really more of a symptom of a bigger issue, which is the translation teams of all environments are not communicating. So it's kind of a really bad case. Yeah, it's a bad game of telephone. Don't you know, mate, that's called localization. Well, no, is it though? Completely. Oh, okay, I guess there was the accusation of, what was it, Crunchyroll, that completely changed a whole bunch of, like, the Kobayashi anime or something? I don't remember. I didn't actually follow into the story. A typo is common, yeah, typos happen. But, like, completely changing a story point or omitting an important part of the story. So, like, for example, I don't know, Rondo at Rainbow's, or not Rondo, sorry, Pledge of the Radiant Court. EN, it didn't make any sense that we just left Repulse and Renown meta there, whereas in CN and JP, or at least in CN actually said, we'll come back and get you later. Or something along the lines of that. But yeah, it's unfortunate. It's just a really bad case of, this is the bad case of the translation teams are not communicating. The major anime localizations have been more and more radicalized and political. Oh. Yeah, that happens, I guess. So why don't I just watch sub? I don't ever bother. Like, the subs I follow have been guys that I've, like, followed for, like, years. Like, I don't use Crunchyroll or whatever other streaming service there are. It is what it is. Though, I will also admit, like, halfway through my time of watching anime, I was just watching the raw versions, which was the, like, unsubbed variations, because I had a good enough understanding of Japanese at the time I could do it. Fan subs are honestly the better quality than corporate locals. Yeah, fan subs do much better jobs at it. That's kind of why they're way more reliable for me. Though there's also the hilarity. I don't know if anyone knows about this particular fan sub guy or a group, but there was a group that would fan sub, and they would completely change what the scene would say, but they would make it so funny. Like, you guys see, like, the YouTube, like imagine an anime getting a whole bunch of, like, YouTube poop scenes, and there's a whole bunch of, like, meme edits in it. Yeah, that's what this fan sub did. But at the same time, like, they were like, if you wanted to watch the actual anime and understand what's going on in the scene, you don't watch them. But
you would watch these guys because it was just hilarious. Like an abridged, yes, like an abridged series, but they did it through subs. They didn't have other voice actors for it, replacing the voices of those characters and doing a whole bunch of really silly things. No, this wasn't abridged. Well, I guess it was abridged. You know what I mean. It wasn't done through the usual means that people associate abridged anime, which is like YouTube videos with people voice acting over and taking those roles over. You know, like the infamous, I'm at soup. I love that scene. Anyway, wielding properly is intended, blah, blah, blah. So I fully intend to use my authority as acting General Student Council President to its fullest extent. What are you going to do with Shale? What am I going to do with Shale? You make me sound so villainous, Sensei. Well, you do. Or you are. Why would I change anything? Especially after all you and your team did for Kivotos with the General Student Council was in chaos. We appreciate your contributions and wouldn't dream of acting ungrateful. I don't trust you! It is also evident to anyone with eyes that you're overworked, Sensei. While students do take shifts to help lighten your day-to-day workload, Shale's organizational structure inherently means you'll always be stretched thin. Well, I'm one person. So we've been thinking. We, the members of the General Student Council, have been brainstorming on how we could, you know, help you out, Sensei. We're gonna replace you. And how do you plan on doing that? This is a proposal to reform Shale's administrative structure. We hope to present this to you for your approval. Our main goal is to lessen your workload while giving you more authority. Take your time and look it over. If you approve, sign the dotted line. What changes after I sign this? Nothing changes, per se. I am going to actually... That'll work. I like that. I'm gonna use that for a future thumbnail because I know there's two parts to this. This is good. That's a good thumbnail for the second one. Nothing changes, per se. You can keep doing your job as you always have. Spend your days with students, help citizens in need. Of course, it's no issue if you don't want to keep working. I won't judge you if you decide to slack off a bit, Sensei. If you need money, consider yourself taken care of. We'll even handle all that tedious paperwork for you. I do remember how much you hate those reports. The ball is in your court, Sensei. You would have just to give us one little thing. Sign an offer you can't refuse. Not really. Moving forward, we'll take responsibility for your actions. All activities in Shale will be conducted in the name of the General Student Council. Whatever you may do, whatever consequences follow Shale, we'll handle the... I would absolutely turn this down. Not a bad proposition, right? Adults are known for trying to dodge responsibilities, aren't they? Good adults aren't. Though, to be honest, if they try to dodge responsibilities, are they really adults? That just sounds like they never grew up out of something. So I'll take on all of it for you, Sensei. You can just lean on me and finally breathe easy. Sensei's life, that's not... Thanks for the offer, but I won't sign this. Being an adult means shouldering your responsibilities, no matter how heavy. Exactly. Ah. Kay is like, eh? Eh? It seems like you don't understand, Sensei, Kaya. Come again? Sensei, there seems to be some confusion. Our proposal isn't about trying to pin you down. It's not an underhanded trick to take away Shale's authority. We're only looking to make your job easier, to give you more freedom. You can do whatever you wanted. Of course, the proposal isn't set in stone. There was always a clause. If there was a clause you disliked, we could discuss it. I won't lie, your offer is tempting, Kaya. Yes. Both of these are very good points. But slacking off doesn't exactly set the right tone for my students. The furrowed brow. You really are just a stubborn adult. No, we're just a normal being that isn't psychopathic or power hungry. A stubborn, pathetic adult so lost in your childish ideals that you can't face reality. Managing people like you is truly draining. You really don't have to. Like, Shale is technically, like, external to the General Student Council, so that doesn't make any sense. From what I understand, Shale is not, like, you could argue the General Student Council does have some influence, but Shale's independent, if I remember right. So it's like, her talking about having to manage us, I guess more in the sense of like, well, I'm going to have to deal with you if you get in our way. Oh, that makes sense. That's why she doesn't like it. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I'm looking at this from the wrong perspective. Yeah. Okay, no. So no, that actually does make sense. She means managing not in the sense of having to make sure he doesn't do anything that ruins the General Student Council, more of so getting in the way of what she wants. That's what she means by manage. I have to remember that. Yeah, that's that. I have to look at it from that point of view. It's a case of it's external. She doesn't like it because she can't have control over it. This is a girl that's power hungry. Yeah, that's what it is. Anyway, fine. We'll shelf this reform proposal for now. She's just gonna have to get dirty with her plans. Tomorrow, sweeping administration reforms for our newly formed cabinet will go into effect. These changes are Kivoto's future. I'm going to transform our society into a well-regulated, perfect new world. Ah, yes, the concept of utopia, and why it never works. I hope you'll reconsider after witnessing our new Kivotos come to fruition. I don't know why I keep wanting to say fruit, like fruition, whenever I look at that. But it's really fruition. English is weird. Yes, gosh. Anyway, the Defense Department, or rather, the General Student Council, is always open to you now. I expect I'll see you soon, Sensei. You didn't need to hit that when we slammed the door. Ooh, look how angry she is. She angry. I want some fruit right now. Yeah, fruit sounds so good right now. I was actually kind of sad today because I wanted to eat. Well, I bought like a whole bunch of apples and I was wanting to eat the last one I had, but it was already bad. So I was like sad because I had to throw it away. I'm like, oh man, I have to go get more. I don't know. I'm weird. I like fruit a lot. Anyway, DU's New Dawn and how this is going to go south. Autocratic, utilitarian, yeah. I mean, her whole talk about wanting to use power to silence others, that's kind of not good. The next morning, in front of Kusaki Park. Attention residents, a new executive order will go into effect at 12 a.m. today. Please visit the General Student Council website as well as your local administrative agency for further details. We look forward to your active cooperation in any future inspections by law enforcement. The General Student Council is not responsible for any harm or damages incurred from a failure to comply. Once again, attention residents, a new executive order will go into effect at 12 a.m. today. Is this really happening? I guess so, although I don't really know what this is. I already tried to read through the clauses of their stupid website, but it was so convoluted you can't tell what they're saying. Ah, so they leave it intentionally broad and vague so they can enforce it without and be like, what, didn't you read our rules? It's like what, half of the terms and conditions on things? This kind of goes into like the 230 argument half the time, but it is what it is. Anyway, do you think Sensei's okay? We haven't heard from them since they went to the General Student Council building yesterday. Sensei will be okay. The new council's influence hasn't reached the Sanctum Tower as of yet. My biggest concern is what's happening all around the city right now. The announcements were alarming enough, but since this morning, I've seen a parade of armored transports and soldiers filling up the streets. Are you going martial law here? There's no way it's another coup, is there? It's way too eerily quiet. We would have at least heard some shooting. It's hard to tell. We don't have any vision of the city from here. And I think Shale actually gives you good that. Right now, information is our most essential resource. We'll have to do some recon in the field.
Gear up, Rabbit Squad. Let's get to the bottom of this. Oh jeez. Fiori out of nowhere. Here comes the suffering! I recognize that logo in PMC. Kaiser! Aren't those idiot Kaiser Special Forces or whatever? Yeah, I recognize them. Why are they decked out in gear in the middle of the city? It's all civilian zones here. Martial law? Attention citizens, as of today, security supervision of our 47 districts, including Kusagi Town, will be managed by Kaiser Security. In accordance with the Acting General Student Council President's will and the new executive order, Kaiser Security will ensure public order in Kyoto's. We request the public's cooperation to ensure a seamless transition. Oh man, running so late. No running in the... Why is the traffic light taking forever today? I'm gonna be late at this rate. Maybe I'll just go... Halt! Me? Yes, you. Why are you trying to cross the street when the light is red? I was running late for my appointment and I was rushing. I'm very sorry, can you give me a pass this one time? Rules apply to everyone equally. No, it doesn't. I already know this is gonna be an Animal Farm situation. This is how this kind of stuff always goes down. For violating the General Student Council's regulations and disrupting traffic, you will be charged with 100,000 yen Jeez! That's a lot of money for simply... Okay! 1,000 yen ticket for jaywalking? I mean, I get jaywalking is cool, but that's way more than usual. Opposing the will of the Acting General Student Council President? Unacceptable. You are under arrest for sedition. Oh, it's gonna be one of these governments. Oh no. This can't be happening. Yup. That escalated very quickly. Now, how does this thing work again? Is it this button? What's that? Why is everyone crowding around this ATM? You there, why are you loitering? Please bear with me, I'm an old man and not tech savvy. Withdrawing cash takes me a while sometimes, just need to find the right button. Everyone is equal, no exceptions. All citizens deserve access to public utilities. You must move once your allotted time has passed. Your selfish behavior has created a lie. I can't even get cash these days. Not the... You there, what's that in your hand? Oh, this? It's just a... It's... It's just a grenade, it's nothing. You are charged with being old. It's just a grenade. I don't even have an answer to this one. Kyoto's two-way. I mean, I don't even... This would be a very good reason for them to disarm the public, though. If they want absolute authority over everybody, then they need to disarm them. So that means that all schools can no longer have firearms, no tanks, nothing. And that solely relies to the acting body. Yeah. Ugh. Just a grenade? Just a deadly explosive device that could destroy buildings and injure citizens with a mere toss. Are you a terrorist? Who is your target? Hold up, since when can we not carry grenades around? You wouldn't tell me I couldn't carry my school books or water bottle, would you? I'm pretty sure grenades are listed on our supplies list. What? See how trying to disarm a population go- Yeah, exactly. This is one of the reasons I'm so glad two-way exists in the US. I don't want this kind of thing to ever happen. You're under arrest for conspiracy to commit terror attack. Well, wait, that's absurd! Hifumi with her tank. There are soldiers everywhere, and they're arresting citizens left and right and center. And since when did it become illegal to carry grenades in the city? If that was a thing, I would have been arrested ages ago. It's part of a new executive order they issued. There's so many new rules and regulations they could probably teach an entire class on it. The textbook would be huge. We're focusing on the wrong thing here. Since when is Kaiser Corporation in charge of policing the public? Shouldn't the whole lot of them be behind bars after their last failed coup? Kaiser has more influence than we realize. I can't stand seeing law enforcement intimidating and arresting residents, even if it is in the name of crime prevention. It's not how justice should be upheld. Well, welcome to the world of law. It's not a justice system, it's a legal system. Welcome to the world of law. It's not justice, it's just legality. That's the number one thing that I was told a long time ago, and I hate being told it, but it's so true. Modern day life is not always about justice, it's about legality. Anyway. But you know, today does feel more orderly. On a typical day in Kivotos, you'd have some yahoos firing guns or trying to blow us up with a grenade launcher. With such a threatening security presence, no one foolish enough to start anything. Yes, but there's a quote for this, isn't there? Those that would sacrifice their Those that would sacrifice their freedoms for security will deserve neither and lose both. Is that what it is? Something like that. Those who trade in their freedoms for security deserve neither and will lose both, or something like that. Something like that. Let me just see what it was. I don't actually know who said it. Those that would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. That's okay. So it's Ben Franklin. Okay, I guess I just don't remember the exact thing for that. Huh? That's a good quote from him. I knew it was a quote. I just didn't know who said it because I've heard it around multiple times. Actually. So a lot of this, like, if you guys ever ask me about or ever wonder like where I think about all this like fifth generational stuff, like the Dark Triad, I remember I talked about a while back ago. I had a really good professor in college who was like this. He handled like philosophy, sociology, and what was the other one? Psychology? He handles like all three of those fields, and he said it's like one of the most interesting. He's like one of the most interesting people to have conversations with, because he pulls from each of those three fields, and it's really, really cool where his mind goes with some of those thoughts. I haven't talked to him in a couple of actually it's been about a year, but I guess that just shows I've been out of college for a couple of years now, so. It just shows he's like one of those guys that's like really, really interesting to talk to. Those that would give up freedom for security will end up with neither. Yeah, I guess that's another way to paraphrase it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a good. This is, I guess, would be a good example of it. Why does this feel so wrong? Isn't this the ideal society? No one commits any crimes because the law reigns sovereign over the city. Why does it feel so ominous? Because for a utopia to exist, but like it's one of those things where it's like the only way for something like this to work would be everyone has to abide by what's the best way to put this? I really have no idea how to phrase this. Keeping peace should not cost your freedom. That just don't cause problems. Yeah, but that could be hard to do. See, one of the hardest. So this is one of the topics my
this professor of mine always talked about when it comes to philosophy and all that stuff is governments are always hard to deal with, especially in policy, because one of the hardest things to have to try and control is human nature. Because it's just like you can try to write a law perfectly and make it to where it works out everything. There's no like loopholes. There's no way that it can be exploited for something horrible, but somebody will still figure out a way to find a loophole in it. Or I guess in that better way, you think there's no loopholes or it's idiot proof, but somebody still finds a way to get around it. It's one of those things where it's like you cannot predict human nature, no matter how hard you try, because somebody will always figure something out. Like convince everyone to agree. Well, I don't think it's necessarily convincing everyone to agree. It's more so of just like you can try to make something like it's a cat and mouse game. Yeah, exactly. It's a cat and mouse game. It's very difficult. There is no way that you can write something so perfectly that works. No system is ever perfect. There's always a flaw in it. Maybe not now because that circumstance and the situation can't arise yet. But it's one of those things where it's like if there is no way for something to be perfect, even to the point where it can withstand the test of time. And a lot of people use this argument for a lot of things. So humans are imperfect. And there is no such thing as perfect society. Yeah, because a lot of the things why, like a lot of the reasons why, like what's the best way to put this? I'm like sitting here like, how do I phrase this right? I'm just thinking, like giving power to like a central body for being able to control laws, do whatever they need to keep society functioning. It's not a bad idea on premise, but the problem is you cannot fully rely on it because it's power, and power does corrupt. That causes people to do things that they shouldn't do. And you can see in this circumstance where it's like there is a centralized government, it's the GSC. And while, yes, people generally tend to trust them for whatever they do, all it takes is one person to cause a whole bunch of issues, and that can change everything. And that's the worst part. Hive minds are the worst. It's even more easy to control. Yeah, hive minds can be dangerous. I think it's one of the few things that are really, 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 really dangerous. Who watches the central power when they overstep their reaches? Yeah, that's the hard part. How do you watch it? But that's kind of why it's like... I remember one of the arguments that people would have for like 2A stuff, like why, like that's part of the reason why the 2A exists for in the U.S. is because like when you think about the origin of our country, like this whole concept of us overthrowing another government because it was doing so many horrible things to us originally, then that is part of the reason why the Second Amendment does exist, is so that way that cannot happen again, because there are ways for the public to utilize those means against that same group. Yeah, it kind of gives a check against that the people can use against a government. Granted, it's not something you want to think about because that's people doing horrible things to other people, but like the fact that we have the Second Amendment is a very interesting thing because it kind of goes into like the entire concept of how this country was created. Government should fear the people. People shouldn't fear the government. Yeah, exactly. You shouldn't trust a government fully either, or else you don't know your history, because that can lead to a lot of horrible things. It's rough. It learns me about Half-Life. Aliens are not even something affecting the hive mind. Yeah. Power only respects power. That's why population needs to have actual power. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. This kind of goes into a lot of like political aspects at this point, but it is what it is. But yeah, this is kind of like why this kind of stuff's important. I don't know why we keep going on so many tangents, but hey, it's what it is. Is this the justice I've envisioned all these years? No, it's not. Wait, is it the man? Is it the man? Hold up. Is it him? I don't even remember how to do his voice. Hey, you there, what are you doing? Do not know me. It is your first time beholding such greatness, I would assume. We are well known, famous even, among folks who preserve a lifestyle of minimalism and tranquility. You must have been living a life of extravagance. Do not know about us. I am Descartes. We are a collective of poor who hope to live simply and honestly. We call ourselves the pursuers of non-possessive happiness. The pursuers for short.
The pursuers?
Exactly. We aren't moochers of society. We chose this way of life to nourish our souls, not working, not owning, not wanting. Interested? If you fancy our way of life, please.
Bravo 1, take this idiot away.
Wait, I haven't told you the many tenets of our way to see. Where are you taking me? I don't want to be here anymore.
I know that background, I think it's like 113 or something. Hang on, let me look it up again. I have that one. I kept that one for a reason, because it's so funny. Give me a second while I find it real quick. I know I have it. Is it 114? No, that can't be right. Hang on, let me see. I think it's 114. I think it's this one. Yes. It's theme 114. Or no, theme 113. I'm sorry. Or is it 114? I can't tell. Yeah, that's the song that sounds like Bone Trussell. I love this one. 13's okay, so it's 114. I'm sorry. Anyway,
we haven't done anything wrong. If you're going to haul us away, you have to at least give us a reason.
Okay, here's your reason. Because you did nothing. You are a cancerous parasite leeching off of society. You drain its resources and give nothing in return. Yes, that side of that argument. For a thriving community, we need to reshape mindsets like yours. We're sending you off to the Kaiser Corporation's employment facility to work. Time for you to contribute to society.
No. You can't make me work. No.
Excuse me. Even if the course of action you pursue is for the public good and safety, you cannot arrest citizens without a warrant. If you abuse your authority like this, as a member of the SRT Academy, I have no choice but to intervene. You misunderstand. This is the will of the acting president. I am to understand you are questioning her command. Even if you say it's her will. The weapon has one purpose, and its uselessness, and is useless if you can't perform it. Anyway, which school are you from? I don't recognize your uniforms. The SRT Academy. SRT Academy? Doesn't ring any bells. Excuse me, are you trying to antagonize us? Saki, it's okay if they don't know. Just means we'll have to teach them who we are, one less than at a time. On top of that, you seem to have weapons that violate the new executive order. Oh yeah, this is totally going to fly with all of the other schools. You're being detained too. Drop your weapons and put your hands in the air. No. Rabbit 1, permission. Permission granted on my signal. It's fine, I can handle this. Oh, this man. It's been a while, Rabbit Squad. General, from the recent attack on Shale. You mean the one who nearly blew up a building during Operation Recapture Shale? I'm honored my decisions stood out enough in the minds of such elites as yourselves to be remembered. Don't get a big head about it. It's more like your refusal to accept defeat was so absurd that I couldn't help but remember you. Oof! I suppose I'll take what I can get. I will admit I may have underestimated your squad back then, but unfortunately for you, I'm not too prideful to learn from my past mistakes. Why let us go? The odds were on your side in that situation. As if those grunts would have stopped you. Regardless, I have orders. Direct orders from the acting General Student Council President, in fact, to not antagonize the SRT Academy students. The acting from Defense Chief Kaya. Yes, it seems she's planning to reinstate the SRT Academy, under her command this time. That is true, we may not be allies, but we will be on the same side. I have no reason to fight you. She's going to reinstate SRT? There, your complexion is pale. Do you need anything? Probiotics, food. Please, feel free to take advantage of Kaiser's services. You have access to whatever supplies you need at the Kaiser Express in front of the park. Granted, we can't openly give you outlawed weapons, but if you need something, let's just say we can arrange something a little more discreet. Ah, yes. Your offer sounds fine and dandy, but I know when something's too good to be true. What are you scheming behind the scenes? Your last plan to overthrow the General Student Council failed largely because of us. Surely you resent us. Yeah, but they're taking, this is back to the Alliance of Convenience with Kaya. And they're using it now. Well, granted, both sides, it's a pair, I wouldn't necessarily call the relationship between Kaya and Kaiser to be symbiotic. They're kind of using each other. Both sides are technically parasites to the other. I don't know. Yeah, this is almost like a complete caricature of the dictatorship. Exactly. Surely you resent us. Isn't that a given? I can't stand you, SRT. You have power most can only dream of, and you squander it away on your shadow ideas of justice. Shallow. Your misguided sense of righteousness almost cost me everything. The idea of taking each and every one of you down is incredibly appealing. Eek! But sometimes society requires us to be nice. Requires handshakes with trembling little rabbits. Personal vendettas mean nothing in the face of my greater goals. In that regard, President Kaya sets a good example. She'd collaborate with anyone as long as it furthered her goals. She proved as much when she extended her hand again after I betrayed her. A cooperation of two people who understand how to exploit the other's strengths is stronger than your paltry relationships. Things like comradeship, friendship, machinations of the weak. You believe in nothing, then? I have my beliefs, but they don't dictate my missions. I follow orders, regardless of my personal beliefs. That's what makes an ideal soldier, a proper special ops agent. Can you claim that? To me, you're strong, but idealistic to a fault. Whiny children. You're cowering prey who fight the injustices in front of you, but turn your head at inequalities that don't affect you. So keep winning as many battles as you want, but you won't be able to win this war. Okay, first thought, you can't make everybody happy in life. As much as I wish you could, not everyone will be happy at everything. Oh boy. There are so many situations of human nature. Oop, I just kicked over that. Put that on me 1 second. There are so many hard things in life that it's impossible to make everybody happy. Anyway. What to choose not all in life, you dumb robot. Yeah. I think it's better, like... What is under my foot? Oh, jeez. Okay, hang on. I gotta get a new mat. My mat's ripped apart. You missed 9 chapters. Yeah, I missed a couple chapters, yeah. It's alright. I like I say, I always archive streams, so if you miss it, it's okay. You don't have the resolve. Let's head back, everyone. We've collected more than enough intel. Please, feel free to accept some of Kaiser's free supplies on your way back. No thank you. I'm not naive enough to be in debt to someone like you, not when I don't know what you're planning. Oh, excellent. At least the leader has some amount of common sense. Until next time, then. I can't believe we just got lambasted by that loser of all people. Something's wrong. What is it? Is there something on my face? No, about when he was taunting us earlier. You're usually a hot-headed idiot, so I was just waiting for your balloon to explode. But you actually kept your cool, as our little Suckley finally matured. Those were soldiers with guns everywhere. There were soldiers with guns everywhere. Something about maturity. I was trying not to get us killed. I would have liked to take that stupid general's face and well, he was right about one thing. Dominating in a battle won't help those in power change the rules every time they start losing. I mean, at the end of the day, we were made to follow orders. At SRT, they always said, on the battlefield, emotions are a distraction. And distractions mean failure. So I think it's time to address the elephant in the room. What's our next move, Miyako? Elephant? What do you mean? Don't play dumb. Yukino wants us disbanded and become part of the Fox Squad. What do you want to do? I'm hesitant to disband Rabbit Squad, but if the SOT Academy is really reopened, it'd be a little purposeless to continue protesting here. Then maybe being a good weapon and listening is our best option. I mean, how much longer are we really going to live in a park? We can't keep scavenging for supplies forever. We have no way of making money and improving our situation. And I personally would rather have a warm bed when winter hits. Did the entirety of Shale's, Sensei's offer to you about using Shale's facilities go over your head again? SRT is back. No, not yet. Though it's not. It's going to be like a, what do they call it? Bastardization of it? I'll do whatever you do, Miyako. I see. Considering Chief Kaya promised to restore the SOT Academy, keeping up this barricade in the park is pointless. Joining our seniors would mean a structured life, better weapons, and a comfortable place to live for the whole squad. What matters more to me are these ideals I've dug my nails into since the moment I joined the SRT. Just that. Ideals, dreams. My squad members' struggles are what matters. Okay, listen up everyone. I can't make a final decision without hearing from you first. A literal downgrade in basically everything. Not necessarily. It's partially like they're going to do things that they probably should not be doing. Like you set up a system to do one job, and it has full power to be able to do that. But then it later is decommissioned and then eventually recommissioned, but has a few extra caveats or has a few extra things to it, and that ends up causing it to become a very bad system. It's basically just, it still is able to do its intended purpose, but it chooses not to because it has the ability to do other things, but it shouldn't be doing those. This rabbit's second house. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I think they like this is gonna be interesting. I'm not sure how they're gonna do this. I think this is the last chapter, right, guys? There's something about the smell of a bottle of Blue Mountain after morning drills. The heating and grinding process of the beans is meticulous and intense, but it's necessary for the beans to produce this perfect flavor, a harmonious blend of acidic and refreshing. Kind of like handling people. If you approach governing hesitantly, scared of opinions and backlash, you're left with nothing but a bitter taste in your mouth. Yeah, but ruling things with an iron fist puts fear in people. That fear can turn into anger, and before you know it, you're taking a sip of your nice, freshly brewed coffee in the morning and then killing over because someone poisoned it. Rule by fear is one of the worst things you can do. I'm just like sitting here thinking, yeah, that's kind of like that weird thing, yeah. With the, what is it, the Jedi thing, or the dark side stuff that Leopold's talking about. Oh no, Start pulling, guys! Start pulling! Who cares that the bunnies are coming in a couple of weeks? You're gonna do it anyway! Anyway. There are murmurs now, but in time Hivota's people will see. They'll understand that freedom is a small price to pay for the harmony of order. With Chief Officer Rin's supporters ousted and the Kaiser Corporation secured, everything's on track. Granting them authority to dole out punishments was a no-brainer for access to their influence and money. If I just slowly accumulate power like this, I might even become the next General Student Council president. Chief Kaya, I mean acting General Student Council President, my apologies. I have something to report. Report, Deputy Chief of Defense. This better be important. I have too much on my plate for trivialities. About that, normally I'd report to the supervisory office, but Chief Officer Rin is unavailable, so I came directly to you instead. In that case, make it quick. What is it? At 11 a.m. earlier today, a cash transport train on the Hakuryoku line was commandeered by armed criminals. Their current location is unknown. According to the protocol, the acting president must contact the transportation office to activate the emergency system and request assistance from neighboring districts. Yes, a train hacking, armed robbers. Wait, a train was hijacked. Why am I only hearing about this now? Huh? But hijackings are practically routine. Yeah. Oh no. This is. She has no idea. Oh gosh. She has stayed in her lane all of this time that she doesn't know. She has lived in the ivory tower that she doesn't know what's going on down below. Oh, I love this. This is gonna be funny. Kaya, you have no idea what you have signed up for. And I don't think you're gonna like it in a couple of weeks. And if you decide to crack down on it like you're already starting to do with Kaiser, it's going to blow up in your face. And it probably will. Because this is how she is. Ruling by absolute power is not going to work in Kivotos. Somebody tried it. It didn't work. Give her a minute talk. Oh, we'll let her cook, chat. We'll let her cook. Hijackings are practically routine in Kivotos. It's almost a monthly tradition at this point. And you were emphatic. Yeah, like the irony of this situation is Rin is getting a vacation, and I don't know anyone else that might not be able to. Rin and anyone that supported her are getting a nice vacation. And then these people who ousted them are going to realize how much they messed up. But they're not going to admit it because ego. Kaiser tried that before. So many people have tried it. You could argue Rin did to a degree. And look how that turned out. Everyone turned against her. Except for the one, you know, was it Sachi? Wait. No, Toki, not Sachi. What do I think Sachi? Who's Sachi? Toki. Toki was the only one. Never mind. Anyway, let her cook. Let's let her cook. You very emphatically specified no reports this morning, so... Routine, you said, and Chief Officer Rin used to handle these hijackings on the top of her other responsibility. Yeah! Yes, that's correct. Fine, I'll handle the transportation. Coordinate with the Valkyrie Police School to ID the criminals and seal off possible escape routes. Start with the stations. There's a slight issue. What? What now? Valkyrie has rebelled. The Public Peace Bureau Director and all of its members who usually handle this are actually still on probation. They were punished for disobeying orders. Oh, right. Oh, that's funny. Due to the executive order going into effect for Security Bureau, students are out on weapon inspections, so there's no personnel to respond to this situation. This is why you can't. What's the phrase? Rome wasn't built in a day. Oh, she's an idiot. Well, also volume. Well, I mean, I don't. Actually, they would probably be allowed to do most of the stuff, but they probably break half the rules just being themselves anyway. Also, volume F very much is the reason why this happened, but it's still funny. Oh my goodness. I mean, Donut Girl, what's her name? Doesn't have to worry about this right now. She's probably too busy eating a box of donuts still. Then rally any available officer or public safety member you can find. Isn't restoring order your duty? If you let this new council down, then I can't help but wonder what new role you, Deputy Chief of Defense, will be holding once the dust settles. I'll handle it immediately. Didn't expect this being president to be so draining. Hello, Transportation Office. Huh? Chief Kaya, what do you want? My title is acting... Acting General Student Council President, not Chief. You want me to call you that? My lunch would be delivered and go cold before I finished. My lunch will be delivered soon, so I'm busy. There are more pressing matters than your lunch. The Deputy Chief of Defense reported a hijacking of a cash transport train on the Kuroku Central Line. I need you to activate the emergency system and dispatch personnel, organize the search and retrieval for the train, and report back to me. I don't do that. Well, I think I'm good. Excuse me? Train hijackings aren't like snap my fingers and the problem will be fixed. It's going to be an annoying, drawn-out process. I'll handle it after lunch. Do you not grasp the urgency here? If you think your lackadaisical attitude is going to fly here, I'll arrest you for negligence and sabotage of the General Student Council. Sure, go ahead. At least I won't have to work anymore. Do it or else. Nah. And on day one of Kaya's time in office, she has arrested 90% of her own council for being incompetent. Oh my goodness. Kaya is not understanding this, and she's going to literally realize how bad things were and how she's not gonna have a great time. Oof, I really hope whoever replaces me can read and manage all these operational charts and stuff. Well, best of luck to them, I guess. Nobody knows Kivoto's operations like me and my staff, Kaya. But if you want to gut my department, go ahead. I'm sure that'll work out real well for you. She's saying all of this with this big shit-eating grin. I love it. Her freaking face as she's saying this. Oh, this is great. This is a great chapter. She's basically looking at her saying, look at me, I'm captain now. Are you trying to strong-arm me? I mean, you kind of get messed up. Yeah, wait till you realize not everyone wants to work with you. Congratulations. No, my lunch just got here. Later. So, how's your first day going? Stay calm, Kaya. Deep breaths. You're Kivoto's finest and the future General Student Council President. Stay calm and rational. Tackle problems one at a time. Ah! She's gonna punch a wall. What? What problem needs fixing now? You seem on edge, Acting President. Oh, Chief of Finance. Just dealing with a barrage of issues on my first day. There's always a transition period. This is not transition. You're a sensible one, so I trust you're not here to add to my troubles. Well, so about the new executive order expenses invoice you submitted earlier. Yes, it's necessary for the new council. Please process it. Rejected. Eh? On what grounds? I reviewed it personally, and all of the invoice entries are in Arabic numerals. It's against policy to process non-Chinese numerals to prevent fraud. Also, the authorization stamp is smudged and difficult to read. If I can't read the name, I can't verify it. If I can't verify it, I can't approve it. Resubmit it following the correct procedures at your convenience. Wait, Chief Oi. Oh wait, I'm swamped all the way to my bangs right now. Could you overlook this just once? I promise I'll make it up to you. Rules for thee, but not for me. No. No exceptions, no matter your position. Even Chief Officer Rin revised her mistakes herself. But revisions have the same day turnaround. If it isn't corrected by today, I'll have to dismiss it entirely. Oof. Could I perhaps get an extension? Man, don't you realize? Don't you just love like all the work that you didn't realize Rin did? It's a really weird way to avoid fraud, but okay. Yeah, it is a very weird thing to process it without those specific numbers. Tomorrow, but not a minute later. Seriously, did everyone just wake up and decide to be difficult today? Yes, everyone chose violence this morning, Kaya. Exactly. Everyone chose violence. And I have that one stupid meme that I've seen of like these two like dog VTuber characters saying violence. I don't even know who they are. Anyway. Why can't I find any competent help? Not one single person. I can't believe my bad luck with people. Problems? Yes, but all trivial. They just need to be delegated properly. It's only that incompetence somehow has the power to make a mountain of even the tiniest molehill. Part of these problems were because of you. Are you saying you're incompetent? Miss, I messed up a form. Fox Squad seems to be my only subordinates who do as they're told, because disciplining and executing orders are our job. And a weapon is useless if it can't fulfill its purpose. That kind of mindset is why I appreciate you. I do have a question. When do you plan on reviving the SOT Academy? Is that really your concern right now? Right now we need to secure the board's trust and consolidate power. Once I control the council, I'll make you 10 new SRTs. Priorities, Yukino. You know, there's a good saying, I think. There's a good thing you could point here. Yes, a weapon does, like, where was it? A weapon is used if it can't fulfill its purpose, but if its purpose is... But a purpose can have multiple different intentions behind it, both good and bad. These people should have the ability to understand when it... there should be an understanding that a weapon I don't know. Understanding when to use the weapon is the most important thing. Whether to avoid, I don't really know what I'm trying to say here. I'm like trying to say that she needs to realize when being used as a weapon is both good or bad. The problem is she looks at herself as a weapon, yes, but I mean the statement isn't exactly wrong. A sword is a sword at the end of the day. But whether it's used for good or bad is what I'm trying to say. It needs to people need to understand that the sword can be used for good and bad. It's the responsibility of that person to understand when the sword is to be used for good or bad, and not for bad. Yeah. That's the rough part about it. If you were solely a weapon and don't think about who wields you, and you're accountable for all the bad things that the wielder uses. Yeah, well, kinda. But the weapon doesn't get to choose. Yes. But that responsibility lies on the person above it. But the problem is, she's not a weapon. She should have a conscience. She should have decisions. You know. The weapon isn't her. It's this. That's what she doesn't understand. That's what I don't think she realizes. So if she does if somebody makes her do something horrible, if she simply says that she's just a weapon being used and following orders, she still is responsible as the person above her that made the order. The only thing that doesn't bear the responsibility is the gun she's holding, because it doesn't have the ability to do that.
Yeah, just following orders is never an excuse. So if that ends up being their comeuppance, then, well, I mean, they made their bed, they're gonna have to sleep in it. Anyway, I apologize. It's okay. Remember, I'm the only one who understands you and your worth. Trust in me and you'll have what you want. Well, no, it's not your worth. This is more, she's realizing, like, she has a narrow view of how she views herself, and she's abusing that view. That's really what it is. Following my orders is the only way for you to give your squad members and those starry-eyed underclassmen what they need the most. Understood. Acting General Student Council President, I have a report. At this point, nothing could surprise me anymore. Are you sure about that? Well, go on. What's the crisis this time? It's, the Director of Human Resources was attacked by her subordinates. What did you say? A few hours earlier, outside the General Student Council building. Good work, comrades. The quick dismissal of the acting president was thanks to every single one of you here. You came together as one, screaming voice, and our injustices were heard. It's been days. They might be our alumni, but they're so dedicated to protesting that it almost makes me feel bad. Did you hear how they actually refused payment? There's no need for pity. Challenging injustice and authority is the workers. No way! We could protest all day as long as it's against those in power. I guess you never really... I guess... Now I have that song playing in my head now. The whatever... What is that song called? The Waltz or something? I forget what it's called. So is Chief Officer Rin really gone? Huh? That's old news. She couldn't take the power of our protesters' shouts. Chief Officer Rin stepped down already. Then who is the acting General Student Council President now? Shiranui Kaya now, I think. It's kind of confusing, but they said the old president chose her or something. Which means... There it is! Down with fake President Kaya! Down, down, fake! What? What are you chanting right now? Hey, we won already. We wanted Rin out, not Kaya. We did, but Rin stepped down. Kaya is the acting president now. She's the representative authority of all Kivotos. So that means everything is in Kivotos is her fault. Her fault. Her fault. I can't even begin to follow your logic. She just became the acting president today. How could she possibly be responsible for the state of Kivotos? Leaders are accountable for their team's mistakes, so any issues arising in Kivoto should fall on the shoulders of the acting... I wish this is how that works sometimes. But it's not. It's this. It's really faulty logic. If only things were so simple. Whether it's the absence of a 3-day work week, or the unexpected cold snap, or even the limit of our pudding rations, Kaya has to answer for all of it. Answer, Kaya, answer. Also, what's an onsen? I forget. It's like what do they call it? Open air bath, if I remember correctly. There's also like a pretty warm. Usually, it's like a hot spring or something. Like, let me actually look up what the actual definition of it is. I think it's just an open air. Isn't that what it's supposed to be called? Oh, it's, yeah, specifically hot springs. Okay. So the specific, it's just the Japanese name associated with hot springs. It's not necessarily an open air bath. I just associate open air bath with hot spring, but no, it's actually hot spring. AK-47 for no, don't start the angry mob. We don't need that. The only answer to that is flashbangs, fire, and toxics. For those that don't get that, that's a Command and Conquer reference. Oh my gosh. Denounce anything. Demand everything. Denounce anything. Demand everything. These revolutionaries are so self-absorbed. Look, you're done here. Get out. No, they're not. No, they're not. They won't be done till they're in power. And then somebody else replaces them and does it again. Can you just imagine, like, how, like, for a second, you guys know how silly Kivotos is. Minority in the Labor Party protest everything. Eventually they're giving power. So what does the Labor Party do when they're in power? They protest themselves. That would be the stupidest thing I've ever seen, but I know they would do it. Down with us! I don't know why that would be so funny. Anyway, they can never hide their evil for long. Just like President Chirino and her motley crew. Never forget, this is why we hate bureaucrats. We won't rest until all tyrants and capitalists are gone. No, don't come closer. Stay back or I'll report you all to Chief Kaya. Was that a threat? Well, that's how we say good morning at Redwood Tree Academy. Comrades, are you prepared to fight? Are you prepared to fight, comrade? No, I've got the stupid, what is that, Kirov? Isn't that the Kirov voice line? We are ready. They're ready. Hang on. That's great. The Winter Labor Party's struggle begins anew. Hurrah! Oh, Kaya's just gonna be like, I don't want this anymore. Take it back. Take it back. Take it back. I don't want it. I don't want it anymore. That would be really funny though. Kaya just lets Rin out of the cell. So Rin's just like, what? And Kaya's like, I don't want it anymore. Take it back. And she just run like the whole scene. You cut to a wide shot of Rin just sitting in her dormitory, not cell. And she's just sitting there looking out at the Kivotos. All of a sudden the door unlocks, and you just see Kaya run in and say, I can't take it anymore, take it back, and then she stops. Without saying any further more, she throws her hands up, turns around and runs and screams. And then Rin looking at her very confused, is just like, what? Meanwhile, as that's all going, Unwelcome School is playing. Gosh, I wish I could animate. Or at least I wish I had the time to start doing animation, because I absolutely would do that. And just call out like Blue Archive alternative endings. Oh, I don't know why that'd be so funny. Favorite time needs more love. Oh my goodness. Kaya definitely isn't going to like this, but it's part of what she has to do. Which makes me think the only thing she's going to end up doing is doubling down, which makes me think she's going to only rule by absolute authority even more, and that's going to cause everyone to just break. Everything's just going to collapse. Oh, that was a great one. Oh my goodness. I didn't think I'd take that long, but then again, we went on so many tangents during this one. Right, I forgot to collect these. Whoops. Oh, I'm full. I forgot to collect them the last couple days. I don't look at my mail sometimes. All right, well, let's do. Don't I need something on? What do I need right now? Students. Kaya forgot that. No, I don't think Kaya forgot. I think Kaya didn't know. Kaya seems like the type of person that wants her specific thing, but doesn't necessarily realize all that it comes with it. I need to pat Aoi. Oh, I see. What about this one? What about this one? Yeah, I know it's 3 times. Is it 3 times or 2 times? I didn't actually look at it too much. What do I need for these? Oh, turn this off so I can click on these individually. Oh, I can't. I don't think I have access to these yet. I don't. I need T5 stuff though. 13.2. 13.2 and 13.5. Let's just do chapter 13 at this point. Oh, that's not even the major one. That's boots. I should probably really do these. I know people have been wanting me to do the sorter thing. Have you been doing your raids? No, I forgot about them too. I don't even know who it is. I also have to, like, I should also mention, like, part of this has been a case of I haven't really been doing too much. Aside from just logging in, doing the basic dailies and logging out. Part of, oh, it's Hod. Or Hood, I don't know how to say his name right now. Yeah, you can clearly see how much I've done this. And it's ending today, and no, it's ending in a couple days. But yeah, like, so the last couple days, my work has been like, hey, we need a whole bunch of things done. We're trying to get this thing done by tomorrow. Can you help us before you leave on break? I'm like, okay. So, like, I'd be pretty much working, it's not super late, but late enough that I was like, okay. Gorilla can break him. I'm assuming you mean Mika. And I hate the fact that I can associate Mika with Gorilla, but she kinda do be like that. Which one was Hod? Is this the guy that, like, has, like, that CC requirement? Right? This is that guy that has, with the towers and those things have CC requirements. Okay, so this hasn't changed. You don't need, I mean, Mika's gonna be fine. Mika's probably gonna do most of the work here anyway. Chirino Woodstone, so that's a CC there. Anyone else I can do this with? In that case, which special is it that reduces the, it's Fuka, isn't it? Yeah, I'm gonna borrow a Fuka for now. Like, well, it's not really worth it in this case. Maybe on the high. Does it even matter? I mean, I'm gonna blast through these first 3 tiers. Like, I don't even know why I'm even using this rental. I mean, I don't mind giving people money, but it's like, I don't even, you know what? Turret. I'm putting a turret there. I don't care. We just need to clear through these. This CC mechanic doesn't matter on normal when you have like level 80 characters. Hi, Hod. Oh, I forgot to set sorting skills, so Mika's probably buried. Do I even need to worry about this? I mean, I could probably just Iori one of these things too. That didn't even do anything. Like, does this even matter? I could just do this, and this thing's gone. And it's gone. Doesn't taunt count? Does it taunt count as a CC? Yes, it did. Mika! Oh, you're back. Can you kill it, please? Thank you. Get a little closer so you can do your thing. Mika, please. Mika! Mika! Mika, do the thing. Mika! Thanks, Mika. I wonder who MVP'd there, chat. I actually wonder who MVP'd. It's not like it could possibly be somebody that I would not imagine. Mika just got, the Mika XD has struck. This is level 17. Yeah, I know. Like, me not having done these is part of the reason why I'm blasting through these difficulties right now. It's gonna be like, this isn't gonna be that different. Though I might want to possibly put somebody else in here just for some... I'm gonna do the funny. And I'm also gonna... I have Hood Sensei. We have Mika. What do I think her season ult would be? Oh. I don't know. Part of me wants to say Christmas Mika, but I don't know. Casual Mika. Halloween Mika. New Year Mika, uh-oh. Relatable. I'm just rotating at this point. Do I even care about the, like, can we literally just Akko buff Mika and just lol? I already had in-game art, I think. Oh, okay, so maybe that's already been decided. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Mika, we're gonna do this after the Akko buff kicks in, and then, hey, Mika. Poop! Mika. Mika. This is literally how you breeze through it. Just be like, nah, Mika. I probably actually have to start paying attention a bit here. No, well, no, it's 35. I might change my tank. As much as taunt is a nice thing, I think I'm gonna bring in Atsui. Where's other Atsui? There you are. Fortunately, you're only level 3. Actually, wait, can I upgrade that anymore? Is that even stun yet? Oh, it is stun. And no, I can't do that yet. I'll look at it later. I'm not gonna care too much about that stuff right now. I mean, it's not much is going to change. I'm just gonna pop a Hoshino on Hod and just laugh. Atsui. Actually, it's just normal one. It's not Atsui. We have the technology throws Mika. Code Mika at Hod. Oh no. I always do like these animations. It's actually really well, like, it really sets a tone for it. Hoshino CC. Yeah, her EX does. Should I just do this? Yeah, let's just go. Is that it? So is like the amount of meter it fills based entirely on like how much CC power, I'm assuming? I never fully understood all the stats. I know there's like a thing called CC power. And I'm wondering if that has to do with how much the gauges fill. The duration of CC applied. But I'm talking in these cases where you have the gauges. Or is that how that is? It's based on the duration. Okay. I'm just gonna throw this now. So I can just get this out of the way for the... There she is. Are you gonna summon your thing or nah? Okay, I guess not. Oh, there it is! Convenient. Let's do that. You hit him. Well, that's not gonna last that long, is it? I need to do it now. Am I gonna get enough time before this thing wears off or no? It didn't matter anyway. He was too weak. Yeah, I don't think that was gonna be that effective. The more CC power you have, the more the gauge will fill more. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So, the CC power thing influences. It influences the duration. So, like, if it already says like stun for a second, does that make it longer? Or is it like a resistance versus power thing, where if it's like, if power overwhelms resistance, it's the full effect, but it's less than, it's like a percentage of that time. Only insane. No, Savon, that's not what I'm, you are talking about something completely different. I'm trying to understand it in general purpose. I just want to understand CD power. I'm not saying in this situation. That's what I want to understand. I don't, like, they have all of these different, like, attributes for these characters, and I'm just like, this doesn't make any sense. What does CC power do? What does CC resistance do? It's kind of the issue I had with Ozerlane until I started looking up all the mathematical formulas and then understanding what everything did. Because it's like, you've got what? Yeah, crowd control power, crowd control res, cost recovery doesn't matter. These I understand. These are stability. What? What? Like, most of these I can understand. I don't have an issue with most of these. What? Damage range? Isn't it? Oh. Wait, what? No. Oh, okay, never mind.
I'm gonna need to see the mathematics formula. I need to see the mathematics formula for this to make any sense to me. Because if stability is the thing that influences maximum damage, what is defense? Why does defense exist? Is it is stability supposed to say like if your attack is like 100, so you do 100 damage. If stability means that that one shot will be 100, the other one will be 78, and then that damage is then further reduced from defense. I need to see the math. I don't understand what you're trying to tell me here. Your damage is in a range, say 200 to 200. Okay, so it is what I'm thinking it is. That's what I'm trying to understand is like, cause like, I'm like, the more likely they are to deal maximum damage, and I'm like, well, defense reduces damage taken. So if defense exists, it doesn't matter what stability is because you're not going to ever do maximum damage because it's reduced by defense. You see why this doesn't make sense. So, because of the entire existence of defense, stability never happens. So this is very misleading. That's why I'm like, I need to see the formula for this to make sense to me. Because with just defense simply existing, stability will never be able to do maximum damage because it's always going to be reduced, even if it's like 1%. But if it's something completely different where the damage per shot it varies on a scale, that makes more sense. But they should express it this way. You know, like this is kind of why I prefer verbose, what do they call it? Verbosity versus simplicity, because this confuses me. Okay, is this the new stat? No, this is an old stat, I guess. I don't know. I just never looked at it, and I'm just looking at, like, the heck. But yes, this could be much better worded. But this further adds RNG to the game. So you could have somebody that does an absurd amount of damage, but they low roll every single one of their shots because you know, stability is bad, and then low damage plus the damage reduction from defense means they don't do anything, which completely ruins them. Or you can have an absolute godlike mode where they roll completely high on their stability, maximizing the damage, and defense only does a little bit. I'm just kind of looking at this like, why? I mean, I guess you could argue there's some reason for this, because not every single shot taken against something is going to do the same damage. There's a reason why people can stab hold and crit hold on. Oh, I see. So because it's their low roll damage, that's... I need to see the math for this to make more sense to me. This is kind of why it's like, I actually liked certain games. Like Arknights at least somewhat does this, but they still mess up a lot. I mean, they haven't fixed a lot of the things that they had, but at least they're getting more verbose with things and they allow you to understand what certain things do now. But even their character descriptions don't tell you everything when they first appear in stages, and that kind of throws you completely off. But at least they do a decent job at it. Ozzer Lane doesn't always, like... Ozzer Lane explains their stats, but unless you see the formula, you don't necessarily realize how, like one of the most common things about Ozzer Lane is that luck does not matter as much as people think it does. And it's not because, it's more of just like, it's not that it's not that I'm like, I don't honestly want to consider myself stupid, but I look at this and then I look at defense and I'm confused because if defense exists, stability never happens. Because it doesn't matter if you have maximum damage, it's never going to be maximum because defense reduces it.
that's why I'm just kind of like, they should explain that better, and that's why I was so confused by that entire stat. Sorry for that, guys. Can I even do this? No, I can't. Okay, I'll figure out what I do. I gotta get some sleep before the AL stuff, so I should probably do that because it is late. Okay, I got a message. That's weird. But yeah, basically, I have to get some rest. I have some stuff to do in the morning. I should probably, early morning, like 5:30. I'm not looking forward to that. I mean, granted, I think some people are going to be up even earlier than me, but so feel something you can do. Be a sort of next time we can wait. I guess I can look into that probably next stream. I don't even know what it is. Sort of makes me think. Is this like? It sounds like maybe like who is my top, who is my not so. Is that what it's trying to do? Basically, like it's taking like Mika versus Midori and being like, who do I like better? And then after I do that 100 times, it then has like a numerical list of like my top 10 and everything. Because let's be honest, you guys aren't going to be looking at that for the top 5. You should know my top 5 by now. Or at least I should say the people that have been around a lot should know my top 5. I'm making it sound like people know me this much. No, I don't. You're probably looking for like the top, like who's in the top 10, top 20. That's probably more of what it is. That's usually why people do those, because it's like most people, you probably already know who their top 5 are if you've been around them long enough. Like, I imagine a good majority of you here probably can list off 3 or 4 characters that are probably my top 5 without issue. Though honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, the pens are giving it away. Now that I really have, now that I'm looking at this screen right now, the pins are very clearly giving it away right now. Yeah, now that I really think about it. No, I don't. So I should probably also mention that I'm not. Alice and Alice Maid are not 2 separate entities. They are one. No pen on Hina. Hina's up there, but she's not the pen category. I mean, she's definitely up there, but she's not like Izuna and Chise or, you know, Mari or Mika or Yuka level. But yeah, that's what I mean. Is like, I'm pretty sure a good number of people could probably list, if not all of my top 5, a majority of them. Is Hanako pen? No, I don't think she is. No, she's not. No, that's not Hanako. That's Hasumi. I don't know why I thought you said Hasumi. Hanako is definitely not. Yeah, like, I mean, if you removed alternates, it's a pretty small list of people. You can use alt at the same time. So game dev is your favorite club? Kinda, yeah. I relate a lot more with them. So, then of course there's a few people that have either surprised me or characters I liked outright, or just characters that are just straight up goofy, or characters I relate to way more than I probably should and I don't know how to feel about it. Where is Yuzu? Oh, I'll tell you where Yuzu is. Normal Yuzu is right here in the I don't have her yet category. Along with many like, look, the entirety of this team is here. Well, actually no, I think I have one of them. I think I have Hiyori. But yeah, I'm missing quite a lot of 3 stars, as you can see. An absurd amount of 3 stars. Like a lot of them, mostly because I actually was holding off on them. Because I wanted specific characters. Should be farmable soon. It is what it is. Yeah, it do be that way. Game Dev and concrete protester. Concrete. That's concrete, baby. Freaking cement. Oh my gosh. I'm behind to go coming soon. Yeah, I know. I'm scared. But yeah, I don't have as many characters as I would probably like, but I'm more free to play on this account. I'm not truly free to play because I've already bought a few things, but I haven't gone that hard on this, so I can't even consider myself a whale. Or I don't even know if a dolphin's the right term. Maybe I'm just like a, what do they call them? Little guppy or something. English voice VO and that's concrete. No, there are some good voice actors on the Arknight's Ian side. I think Phantoms is probably one of my personal favorites. $3. I think somebody has said I spent more, and it just. And I think I begin to think I really did, which I think might have been Hina. I think I did on the Hina one. I'm thinking it was her. So maybe it wasn't exactly $3, but it wasn't like that much. It's probably like maybe I'm like 23, like, which isn't a lot when you think about it. Use money when needed. That's all. I mean, for most games, I don't usually do like spend money in these. Maybe I'll get a pass or something if I want to. But if it's a gacha that I like, I usually put a little money in for like the hey, thanks for the game, it's kind of fun, or I like it. I normally do that for a gacha, and I'll be nice to them and be like, hey, I've enjoyed this game a little bit. Here's some for just a little support as it. I'm not like every banner my credit card is crying because it has just dropped $1,000 on, I don't even know who, the Minority, I think that's her name right now. That's not what I would do. I am the furthest thing from that. Minnow? I don't know. I don't know what the gacha tiers are. So there's that. For BA, it's unfortunate. It is what it is. Gachas feel very pay to win. Some of them are. Like, if you're doing the PvP aspect of this game, then yes, you are absolutely paying to win. Because it benefits you to pull as much as possible. I need to do this, but I'll do this later. I'll figure out what to do with it. What? Oh no, this is just the events story. Yeah. And then I didn't finish all these, right? Wait, I didn't click. Oh, right, when this came out, it was right. I forgot. I need to do those. Okay, I'll do these later. I forgot when Eden Tree came out, work was hitting me hard. Never mind. That's right. I'll do those. That was I think that was around that. Was it around the emergency change issue? I think that was what that was. The emergency change problem. Anyway, ignore that. You wouldn't know what. You have no context to that anyway. So yeah, that's gonna be all for tonight. I will look into the second half as soon as possible. I know with holidays coming up, it's gonna be a little bit tough, and I already know it's gonna be hard doing the AL stream. Especially if I'm gonna try to do viewer pools for it, because it'd be fun, I think. But I need to probably announce that and figure out how to go about that. The thing is, people that are going to participate in viewer pools are going to have to abstain from using the shiny UR if they get them for a couple days, because I'm pretty sure the update's gonna drop like when I'm not here. Let me see. Oh no, I will be. I don't know why I thought for some reason, like the Christmas season, like the Christmas holiday was next Thursday. No, it's not. Okay. Then I should be able to do viewer pools on day of. Never mind. Cool. Though the problem is that stream's gonna be a bit longer, just because, actually, I don't have to start at 7 because I don't work next week. Right. I forgot I don't work next week. This is nice. Okay, I could probably start earlier. I probably wouldn't start I might allow maybe a little bit. I'll figure that out. This is something I need to plan, especially if I'm gonna have other people's accounts for viewer polling. Because I've never done it before, and I know people probably would find it interesting, especially since people say I'm like blessed or something sometimes. Clearly they don't watch my Blue Archive streams. So I'll figure that out. But as for now, I need to get some rest because I've got some stuff to do in the early morning for Ozilane. So I will, for those of you that are going to be there for that, I will see you guys very shortly. For those of you that aren't, I will see you guys probably Tuesday, I want to say. They usually wait a week on these, I think. And we will cover the rest of this, which will be interesting. So I am excited for that when it happens. I'll check into an Arknight's chamber or something to see the concrete. I actually have not used her or leveled her up. I've kind of been trying to... Oh! Right. Thank you for reminding me. It has been painful. Very, very painful. But I am pleased to report it has happened. Did not take me as long as I thought it would, but it had finally happened. I don't have to worry about this anymore. Yeah. I forgot to record it because I was sitting there like, I'm not going to get it this run, am I? And then I got it this run. So... I'm not really wanting to record it because it wasn't really that fun to do, but this is... So Arknights has a mode going on it right now called Pinch Out Operation, or as the community has so creatively named, and for many reasons because they dislike it, it's called Poo. I don't know why they called it Pinch Out Operation, but it's actually kind of funny. So, yeah, I don't know if I want to record this. I think the one thing I want to do is to see how high I can go with just Rhinelab, but I don't know how good I'm going to be able to do with that. Please make a stream premiere? Oh, like a premiere video? I might do that. I might do that with another thing, but I'll have to plan that out in the future. So... It's called contingency. No, this isn't even contingency contract. It's called pinch out operation. I wish it was called contingency, but then I honestly don't want it to be called that because this would sully it. But yeah, I don't have to do this anymore. I'm glad all the daily all those like random daily stages are done. I've got everything finished with it. I can just say that I am done with this mode and not care about it, which I kind of am glad for because I didn't like it. I really did not like this mode, but that's a story for a different day. So yeah, I will see you guys all in the near future. For those of you that are watching the AL stream, I'll see you guys very soon. But for those of you that are strictly for Blue Archive stuff, I will see you guys next week for the second half of this because I'm pretty sure it's gonna be Tuesday or whenever when this thing releases. I will make a stream around that time. I think it'll be Tuesday. It might be hard to figure that out, but anyway, hope you guys have a good night. Was it that bad? Yes, it was. It just got very like if you okay. Another quick tangent because I have to explain this for him because he doesn't know. That's it. If you want to know what the average 600 run is, you are doing this for 5 minutes at minimum. That's assuming that's going to vary a bit depending on the risks you chose for the two big boys that I'm fighting there. I did not have to take the times 1,000 health, so it was a lot quicker. But I've heard people that have taken an hour to complete this stage. But basically, imagine trying to beat these two robots up and you do like little, like, you're tickling them. You're basically tickling these things to death. This is what a majority of the stage is you're just constantly wailing on these things until they eventually give out. times 1,000. Oh yeah, it's bad. It's bad. It's pretty bad. But yeah, that's it. So don't worry about it. If you don't know it, you don't need to know it. You've been spared from understanding that stuff. Took me 6 hours with Abyssal Hunter. Oh, I don't want to think about that. So it's pretty much just Stall Knights, the video game at that point. It's kind of sad, really, but it worked out well for my team because I reduced res pretty hard and Kyobe was still able to do like 1,000 damage per hit because module. You can't really AFK. I could kind of AFK that one. The only thing I'm missing out on is Kyobe's attack speed, which is like the only thing I would really take advantage of for that. So anyway, I need to sleep. I'm going to see you guys later. So I've done enough tangents today. So have a good night, morning, afternoon, wherever you are, and I'll see you guys all again real soon. Later, everyone.